How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you seen the
Please.
work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
And I've learned a lot from Karlyn Borysenko, who goes in undercover with the left. And I've figured out from looking at her work, like when I first saw her stuff, I was like, oh, she knows what she's talking about. I need to like connect with her. And she actually, the first time I got assaulted in 2025, followed me and sent me messages. And she checked on me for months, just privately. It was so nice to have somebody like, are you okay? But I could tell she knew what she was talking about, and I subscribe to her. I look at all her stuff. I've learned so much, and I thought I knew a lot. I've learned so much.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before. And so it's such a funny stream because like...
So they tolerate her?
Oh, no, not anymore. She like... No. She's like... I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. How's everyone doing? I've had a good day so far. Victor and I went out to breakfast, or I actually got lunch this time. A rare occasion that I chose lunch over breakfast, but it was noon. I was allowed to, but it was an all-day diner, so Victor could still get breakfast because that's like the only meal that Victor likes to eat ever. And then Victor and I went to the outlet mall near where we live just to walk around because we like to do that after we go get something to eat, just like finding a place to go walk around. And I let my husband pick out an outfit for me. We were walking around the Tommy Hilfiger store, and I let him pick out an outfit. And apparently my husband has decided that I need to dress preppy. And and I really love this jacket, by the way. I love this white jacket. It's got rose gold buttons. And then Victor picked out the dress underneath, and he said, this is going to look good on you. And I said, I don't know about that, Victor. It seems a little preppy. And Victor said, Karlyn, we're adults. We can wear fitted things. And I felt so seen in that moment. I felt so seen. I was like, well, yeah, we can. I guess we can. I guess that I don't have to wear baggy and oversized every single thing. I guess that sometimes we can select some more fitted garments as well. You know, you gotta, yeah. Ding 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 is saying W Victor over on Rumble. But you know what really got me about it is the dress was a size X small. And so I was like, they didn't even have a small. They only had an X small and a large. And so I was like, the universe has deemed it so, apparently. Yes, I did buy it. I'm very excited about the jacket. I don't know where I'm going to wear the dress. I don't know where I'm going to wear this preppy outfit. Victor was like, you can wear it with a white pair of tennis shoes, Karlyn. And I was like, I do actually have white shoes. I do have actually several pairs of white shoes. So I guess I could, in fact, do that, dear husband. And so Victor and I are going to have to plan some sort of preppy outing where we go someplace preppy. And so I can wear the preppy outfit. Because that's really what this has turned into now. This is like when Victor and I got the hat, the big hat that everyone likes, because that was also a Victor W, by the way. That big hat that I stuck the Schiaparelli eye pin on, like that was also a Victor W, because we went into the store and I was like, this would be the perfect outfit to go on a whale watch with. And Victor was like, and wear this hat too. And I looked so fucking preppy. I was like, yeah, we've got to go to some bougie New England town and have an outing for the day and go on a whale watch, because now I have like this is the woman I have turned into. And you guys don't know this because you guys never knew me before like 2020 or whatever. This is actually not this preppy shit, but like having being into like clothes and bags and all these things that I'm into that you guys never knew I was into. This is who I was before the pandemic. This is who I was back in the day. And I know I did have short hair back in the day, but there was also a time when I had longer hair back in the day that you guys don't know about because I just haven't really posted pictures from that time in my life. This is actually more akin to who I used to be before politics and the pandemic fucking broke me. And then being gang stalked on the internet fucking broke me. And I gained all this weight. I actually started gaining weight after I got hurt doing my last marathon. Like, some people know this story, like some people don't. I'm telling the story because we're letting people file in for the stream, or we're giving people some time because YouTube, per usual, hasn't sent out the notifications. So everyone mount the like button for me so we can get more people on the stream. We're watching real important content today. But like, I started gaining weight after I stopped running. I stopped running, I'll tell you exactly the date, in April of 2015, after I massively effed up my leg running the Boston Marathon. And I tried to go to all these sports medicine doctors, and I was just having like a lot. It was like, it was painful for me to run. And like, eventually the pain would subside, but it would take running in pain for like 5 to 6 miles for the pain to start to go away and actually subside. And I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. I went to all these sports medicine doctors. No one could fucking fix it. After I stopped running, I started doing all these spiritual and meditation retreats that actually did help a little bit. Like, I was trying to do like manifest physical healing through meditation. And actually I did have some success with like, I had moderate success with like getting the pain to stop, but it just wasn't enough. And then I gained a whole bunch of fucking weight. And then politics and gang stalking on the internet and the pandemic basically broke me. It basically broke me. And it ended up with me being clinically depressed for 2 years of my life. And I just started wearing leggings and t-shirts all the time. And it's not that I've never gone through phases like that. I have done Joe Dispenza. I have not only done the Joe Dispenza intro class, I have not only done the Joe Dispenza advanced follow-up to the intro class, which is a week-long meditation retreat. I did that in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I have also done the Joe Dispenza advanced follow-up to the advanced follow-up, which was 4 days in Jacksonville, Florida, where basically we started meditating at like 1 a.m. and would go all night long until 7 a.m. when we would get up and then do another walking meditation. I have done all of the advanced Joe Dispenza shit, and honestly, I really like Joe Dispenza, and I do think what he does works, and it has actually worked for me in many areas, not just in the physical stuff, but like in the just like manifesting other things as well. And so I'm a Joe Dispenza. Now, he's kind of an asshole, but he's an Aries and he's Italian, and so I understand. Like, I'm kind of an asshole too. I'm an Aries and I'm French. I mean, come on, like it is like what it is. So I'm a full supporter of Joe Dispenza. Just know he is kind of an asshole and you have to get used to that. But his teaching style is excellent. I learned so much about how to teach people content from doing so much Joe Dispenza meditating. Anyway, so actually, like, with the weight loss shit, and it's not, I should have Joe Dispenza on my show. I definitely should. So like with the weight loss stuff, it's actually been like a very interesting experience for me to go through, because I actually did not expect that in the course of like losing weight and then having like just by fucking necessity, because none of my clothes fit anymore. So by necessity, I had to start going out and just like basically buying a whole new wardrobe because none of my clothes fit anymore. Not even like my sweatpants fit. I was showing Victor earlier. I have this pair of sweatpants that I used to wear all the time that is now so laughably huge on me that it's just like, it's actually comical to see how big these things are. I was like, I used to wear these all, like, that's crazy. So by necessity of me having to like go out and buy new clothes, like, it's kind of like I found myself again. I found the person that I used to be again. And I really think that's part of why I've just like been so much fucking happier than I was for the last several years online. And it's not just about losing weight. It's not just about feeling better. And it's not just about like being able to go shopping and buy stuff, even though my husband and I do that as an activity. It's something we like to do together. So that's been great too. It's just like, I don't know. It's been like a part of like this whole thing that I just didn't really expect. I never expected to go back to the person that I used to be back in the day with all this stuff. And I never expected my husband to pick out a preppy outfit for me when I said, okay, Victor, well, what would you dress me in? And he's like, here, put on this fucking dress. I was like, all right, well, I'll give it a try. So that is what I did earlier today. That is what I did earlier today. Hey, we got a couple dubs to give out in the chat. We got Master Shake. Now let's see that Carrie Smith moo pic. Yeah, Carrie Smith is gaining weight. Carrie Smith, if you don't know who Carrie Smith is, she's a woman that led a gang stalking campaign against me for 2 years. And Carrie Smith is gaining weight, and that's just really too bad for her. That's just really too bad for her. I don't know where the moo pic is off the top of my head, but dang, Carrie Smith is getting fat. And if that stupid cunt thinks I'm ever going to, stop looking for ways to get back at her ever after the living, breathing hell that bitch and her friends put me through, I am waiting for more Carrie Smith fat pictures to come out. And just rest assured, we are going to humiliate that bitch every bit as much as her friend Chrissy Mayer has been humiliated and dragged for the quartering stuff. And apparently Chrissy Mayer is now even stepping deeper and deeper and deeper in it. And Chrissy Mayer doesn't make any money anymore. And Chrissy Mayer was also part of that gang stalking thing against me. So fuck her and fuck her stupid husband, Frank. And if people want to see documentation of this, you can just search my channel for it. I was streaming about it at the time when it happened. So yeah. Turnabout is fair play, bitches. And I'm never letting them off the hook for what they put me through. That is never going to happen. Hey, we got a dub from John. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. So appreciate you, bro. And to Shikalago, W's to you, my friend. Really, really appreciate it. Getting us started off on our channel membership goal today. Guys, as a reminder, I am funded by you. I am completely 100% funded by you. If you guys don't fund my work, I can't do it because I don't believe in taking money from political shill organizations in order to promote a narrative. What I do is I show up and I show you the primary source evidence, and I give it to you from start to finish so that you can see for yourself what is happening. The way we fund my work is by donating YouTube channel memberships. That gets you special access to things like Spy Stream, where we go inside live leftist trainings and watch them live. And I just want to point something out because I told you guys yesterday, if you help me share these things on Twitter, if you help me share these posts on Twitter where I'm putting this content out there, then it will go viral. It will go viral. This video that we got from Spy Stream last week of the Party for Socialism and Liberation openly calling to abolish the Constitution and overthrow the government has almost 250,000 views on Twitter. On Instagram and Facebook, it has, I think, well over 200,000 views on Instagram and Facebook. And part of the reason that is because so many of you went to this post yesterday. You did the things I've been telling you to do. Bookmark it, like it, reply to it, retweet it, quote tweet it. And so if you guys keep doing this, the content does go viral, and it really does help get the message out there. It helps get the information out there because God knows conservative media will never cover my work. Conservative media will not cover my work because my work debunks their bullshit narrative. They cannot contend with the primary source receipts. They cannot intellectually contend with the evidence. And so they just ignore it and they pretend it doesn't exist. So if we want this information out there, no one is going to help us. Your favorite influencers, I know because you guys tell me you reach out to them all the time. Your favorite influencers are not going to help us. This is never going to get covered unless we make it go viral. That is the only thing that these people respond to. And so if you can't afford to financially donate, then make sure you're on Twitter. Make sure you have an account. I don't care if you only have 2 followers. It doesn't really matter. Make sure you're bookmarking tweets, liking tweets, retweeting them, quote tweeting them, replying to them. All of these things feed the algorithm. And it really does. When we work together, it makes the information go much, 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 much further than I can do on my own. Because the way that Twitter is set up is it doesn't actually matter how many fucking people follow you. It really doesn't. It does not matter how many people follow you. What matters is how many people are interacting with all of the parts of that tweet, bookmarking it, liking it, replying to it. Replying is a big one. Even if you just say something silly, you're still replying to it, retweeting it, quote tweeting it. That is what Twitter is looking for. They're looking for the content. It will boost and elevate the content that people are engaging with, not just looking, but engaging with. And so that is really one of the best ways you can help me out. Doesn't cost anything. And I appreciate everyone who's been sharing this content because it really, really, really does help. Great, Otis. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can we get an Owen Schroyer versus Cam Higbee boxing match? Yeah, can we? Can we? Owen Schroyer is fighting with Cam Higbee right now, and it's so funny. It's so funny. I love it. So a common Owen Schroyer W. Not liking Cam Higbee. Owen, again, is correct on that one. Hey, thanks so much, Mike, for the super chat. I will count that as a membership for you. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. So what we're going to be doing today, guys, is we've got a couple of things. We got a couple of things. Let me just set this up differently so we're actually going to be able to hear the sound on this. The first thing we are going to do is, at the suggestion of Master Shake, who, generally speaking, even though he can be an asshole at times, he does actually know what he's talking about, and he's pretty smart, even though he gets a lot of stuff wrong and he doesn't want to admit it. But generally speaking, Master Shake is good, except when he's being a dick purposefully. But generally speaking, he's good. And Master Shake shared this interview. Master Shake shared this interview and said, hey, this is actually a pretty good interview. Maybe we should watch this. And this is with one of the Antifa members that was arrested in Minneapolis. And so we're going to get the Antifa perspective about what is going on in Minneapolis and how they're being persecuted and all that stuff. And this is from July 3rd, so it is just a couple days old. And we are probably the only non-leftists that are going to watch this interview. It has less than 3,000 views. We are probably the only non-leftists who are actually going to watch this interview from start to finish. They're calling themselves the M15 or something. Yeah, the Minnesota 15. The Minnesota 15, because they're trying to mythologize the whole thing. Now, as a reminder, who on the internet told you how much money Antifa in Minneapolis is raising for the 15 Antifa members who got arrested? Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember who was the first and so far only person to report how much crowdfunding the Antifa members in Minneapolis have done? Was that me? Was that me? I'm the only person to report on this. Oh, it's not only 200K, over 200K. The Antifa crowdfunding campaign to support the arrested Antifa members in Minneapolis is over $350,000 from 3,500 donors. So let's play our favorite game called Fun with Math. 358,820 divided by 3,572 equals an average donation of $100 per donor. And if we scroll down, we can see the vast majority of these donations are anonymous. The vast majority of these donations are anonymous. So literally, no one else in conservative media, I mean, I'm not even a conservative, but no one else in anti-leftist media has reported out to their audience that Antifa, literal fucking Antifa, has crowdfunded over $350,000 from over 3,500 individuals for the defense of the so-called Minneapolis 15, the Antifa members that were arrested in Minnesota. Now, let me ask you guys this, because let me see how smart my chat is. Why do you think right-leaning media hasn't reported on this? Why hasn't Andy No reported on this? Why hasn't Jack Posobiec reported on this? Why hasn't the Post Millennial reported on this? Why hasn't the Gateway Pundit reported on this? Why hasn't the Daily Wire reported on this? Why hasn't Steven Crowder reported on this? Why hasn't the Blaze and Glenn Beck and all those people who claim to be against leftism, why haven't they reported on this? Why are conservatives in America completely ignorant to the fact that Antifa has literally crowdfunded over $350,000 on a public crowdfunding website? Why do you think that is? Because it debunks the Soros narrative. It debunks the funding narrative. It breaks the narrative. It disagrees with the narrative. It not only disagrees with the Soros narrative, it also disagrees with the Neville Roy Singham narrative and the CCP narrative and the Data Republican narrative and the Fox News narrative. So literally, no one has reported on the fact that Antifa has raised over $350,000 for the defense of Antifa because it breaks the conservative narrative about how the left is funded. When you understand this, you will understand why the left is winning and why the right is losing, and you will start to have a sense of how much conservative media and influencers and pundits and journalists have massively misinformed their audience. They have massively lied to their audience about what is going on, and their loyalty is not to the truth. Their loyalty is to the narrative. If the information does not support the narrative, they do not report on it. And that is why on my channel, we only look at the primary source evidence. We do not look at conservative media because they are giving you a cherry-picked narrative that is unhinged from reality. We go directly to primary sources on the left. We watch them directly. We listen to them directly. And then we say, what does this information tell us about how they're organizing, how they're funded, what their strategy is, what their tactics are, what the groups are, how they're working together, etc., 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 etc. And I just deported someone who wanted to say, no, Karlyn, you don't understand. The Soros narrative is real. It's all real. It's all real. It's all real. That person got instantly deported from the chat because we don't tolerate conservative retardation and bullshit here. Right-wing media has brainwashed their audience to keep them stupid and misinformed. And so when they see information like this that debunks their narrative, a lot of conservatives and magnatards, they like literally can't handle it and they start to skis out and like, Karlyn, those are just the useful idiots. Soros is fighting them all. It's Soros and Neville Roy Singham and the CCP and all this. And you just don't understand. It's USAID and the NGOs and it's Soros. And they fucking schizo. We gatekeep the retards out of this community because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they are distracting to what the primary source evidence says. Okay? If you want to be here, we are going to hinge into reality, and we're going to look at what's actually going on. And none of this pinky swear, trust me, bro, it's definitely George Soros and Neville Roy Singham of the CCP. Fuck you, Data Republican, you evil fucking lying cunt. So today, to support our goal of hinging into reality, we are going to be watching this interview with one of the Antifa members that was arrested in Minneapolis, and we're going to hear what this person has to say. As a reminder, just because we listen to these people does not mean we believe these people. We are studying these people. We are studying the phenomenon and the subculture of the far left. We listen to them to understand them. We listen to them to be able to predict what they're going to do next. Thank you for this. Thank you for the recap from the Dallas Book Fair. I literally almost went to that. Do you guys know? I was this fucking close. I was this close to getting on a plane on July 3rd and going to Dallas to go to the Dallas Anarchist Book Fair. I was this fucking close, and had one more thing fallen into place, I probably would have done it, but it didn't fall into place. And so I took that as a sign of the universe that it was not meant to be for this time around. But I was this close to going to that. I kind of wish I had, but I also know it just, I like, listen, things work out or don't work out when they're supposed to. I was also like, maybe, I tried, and it didn't work out, but I tried. And then the person that I said, hey, you should go to this, he said, oh, I'll totally go with you. And then it just didn't work out. It just didn't work out for a variety of reasons. And I'm just going to assume that it's for the best and that something bad would have happened. Okay. But like, I mean, maybe next time things don't always work out, but I was this fucking close to hopping on a plane to Dallas. I was almost there. Yo, we got Old Summit with 10 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat to you, my friend. Thank you for your ongoing support. You are the best. Plague Doctor emojis in the chat for Old Sub. So appreciate everything you do for the channel, bro. You are a fucking king, a legend, all that good stuff. Candace says, I legit want to know what your thoughts are on Patriot Front. Sorry, not trying to get you off topic, but are they for real? Honestly, I don't know. Honestly, like, I think there are probably real and genuine people involved in Patriot Front that are doing what they think is best. I also believe that there are absolutely a bunch of feds involved in Patriot Front. And for me, it's just not something I want to be involved with, and it's not something I want to be connected to, and it's not something I want to endorse. I'm also not disavowing entirely, and I want to be very clear about that. This is one of those things where I'm just like, this is like a honeypot of negative. This is going to end badly, is my general perception of Patriot Front. Not because I necessarily think that the leader of it is not genuine in what he believes, but because I think it's just one of those things where I'm like, this is like every warning sign of stay the fuck away from this. Don't be involved. And I don't know how many of them are feds. I don't know how much of it is real. I've never watched a full interview with Thomas Rousseau. I know people who have, and they seem to like him. But like, again, it's just one of those things that for me, I'm like, I don't want to be involved in this. I don't want to be connected to this. I don't want there to be any mistake. I don't want there to be a sympathetic tweet that then gets linked back to me fucking later. And maybe that's really unfair and maybe I'm wrong, but like, to me, it just has all the hallmarks of this is going to end horribly, horribly, horribly badly. If you want to be involved, if you want to support them, that's up to you. But I am going to be detached from that situation. And it's just not, it's not in my wheelhouse anyway. It's not something I cover anyway. And so that's kind of my general opinion about it. But thank you for the super chat and thank you for asking the question. I do appreciate it. All right. Now, here's the thing. I have another surprise for you guys. And that surprise is going to happen in about an hour. And I think that that's about as long as we're going to use to get through this interview anyway. But just know there is something else I'm planning. Okay? So let's jump into it though. Let's make sure we can get through this interview in an hour. And just know there's going to be a surprise. And hopefully we can reach our channel membership goal. But if we can't meet our channel membership goal in the next hour, I hope we will be able to meet it during the surprise. Okay? Because it's going to be a good one. And you guys are really going to like it. And I'm doing you a solid by giving you this surprise. And you're really going to like it. So if we could preemptively meet the channel membership goal to fund the stream by getting 100 channel memberships, if everyone in the chat just donated 1 channel membership right now, we would already fly past the goal. So if we can get 100 channel memberships and the stream funded in the next hour, that would be, excuse me, rad. But at least let's make some progress towards that. So if you guys appreciate me showing you this content, breaking down the content, showing you stuff on the internet no one else is showing you, covering topics on the far left that literally no one else talks about, and you're enjoying the fact that I'm going to give you a surprise in about an hour, donate some memberships. Let's see who trusts me and who doesn't. But in the meantime, let's dig in and let's start this interview with one of the Antifa members that was arrested in Minneapolis. Matt's already in there. Matt's like, I'm in, Karlyn. Here's a 5 W's to you, Matt. Thank you for funding the stream. Really do appreciate that, bro. Look at that. We're already up to 18. This is easy, guys. So easy. We got Candace in there with 5 W's to you, bro. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. You rock. Guys, as a reminder, we do give W's in the chat when people donate channel memberships. Already almost up to a quarter of our goal. See, look how easy that is. Look how easy that is. Thank you so much. And listen, if you can't afford to give, that's okay. Don't feel guilty about it. We ask the people who can afford to fund the stream. And one day when you're able to fund the stream, we hope that you'll pay it forward and throw in some channel memberships. And the reason we give channel memberships is to give people who maybe can't afford it access to the supporter content. So if you can't afford it, like the stream, make sure you're subscribed, sharing the content. It all really does help out. And an extra special thank you to everyone who does fund the stream so that we can, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. We try to make it all the content as freely available as possible. And I really do appreciate it, guys. Let's get this party started.
And the threat of it makes every day just that much more precious. It was a pretty violent set of raids overall. They broke the glass and opened the door, held everyone at gunpoint, gratuitous violence, and a federal felony charge of conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers.
Preachers
They
want
have
W's,
apparently
thank
20
you!
terabytes of data. We're anarchists. And that's really the meat of what this is about. This, of course, target people who they identify as a threat to their plans. Now, next, they will come for the socialists and the communists.
Well, anarchists are communists,
Anarch
actually.
Here. And today I'm going to be interviewing one of the 15 people who were indicted in response to Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis. His name is Emmett Doyle. He's also a musician there in the area. And I'm going to be having him on basically just to speak about the indictments, what it means for the movement, and also hopefully to discuss a bit of the praxis that they were carrying out there in Twin Cities. So if that sounds interesting to you, you should stick around.
Yeah, to be really clear, guys, Michael Malice is an anarcho-capitalist. The Antifa are anarcho-communists. It is a completely different type of anarchist. Anarcho-capitalists believe in private property ownership. Anarcho-communists do not believe in private property ownership. And that is the only distinction that matters. And so Michael Malice is the good kind of anarchist. Michael Malice is an anarcho-capitalist. He is not an anarcho-communist. So when Antifa believes that they are the only real anarchists, they don't believe that anarcho-capitalists are real anarchists because they believe that the definition of who is an anarchist is someone who doesn't believe in private property ownership, whereas anarcho-capitalists have a little bit of a different definition. So just know that when they are saying anarchist in this, they do not mean Michael Malice. They don't think he's a real anarchist. They mean anarcho-communists, which is what they are. Hey, Peggy, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. I really appreciate that. Look, we're already up to 25% of our goal. How easy was that? I appreciate you guys funding this so much.
Because that's going to be the topic of today's video.
This is ominous. I kind of like it, actually. I kind of dig it, if I'm honest. I would do an intro like this. This is a great fucking intro. This is like a horror movie intro. Antifa W on the intro. With a crow.
So welcome, Emmett. Glad to have you here. How you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. I'm feeling very, very seen and very held by my federal government. So that's,
Yeah, and we got Murray here on camera as well. So thank you, Murray, for just jumping right up in front of the camera right off the bat.
All cats are beautiful.
So yeah, how are you doing?
Are beautiful. ACAB. All cats are beautiful. Yo, R&D, thank you so much for the $50 super sticker. You rock, bro. Really appreciate it. First super on the live stream. Thank you so much for your very generous support.
Given all the conditions, like how are you? How is your spirit?
You know, the first couple days were a bit of a shock, but I've been an activist for a long time. I've seen people go through similar things to what I'm going through now. And for me, especially as a musician, listening to a lot of the songs that I grew up listening to really helped. You know, some of my heroes growing up were the hunger strikers in 1981 in the north of Ireland. So listening to their stories and their songs, and to Joe Hill and others, it's given me a lot of strength. But more than that, I would say the overwhelming support of our community and the
so guys, like anarcho-communists, their flag is black and red. Anarcho-capitalists, the flag is black and gold, or black and like bright yellow, but usually black and gold. So again, that like this is fundamentally different than like a Michael Malice type.
Solidarity of my co-defendants and I have given me a lot of strength. I would say right now I'm feeling like I'm glad not to be in prison, and the threat of it makes every day just that much more precious, and really makes you appreciate life.
So for those who aren't familiar, can you tell us about this event, the Metro Surge and the resistance there in Twin Cities that took place? Just give people kind of an overview of what happened.
Yeah. So Metro Surge was an ICE operation in the Twin Cities that lasted for pretty much most of the winter of 2025 to 2026. Essentially, it was just a huge swarm of ICE agents descending on our city and targeting our communities. The choice of target is a little odd if you take ICE at their word for what their purpose is. There are actually very few undocumented immigrants in the Twin Cities. Our primary immigrant communities here include a lot of refugee communities that are actually very heavily vetted and have been here for many years. So the Somali community, the Ethiopian community, the Hmong community, there's not a whole lot of undocumented people in these communities. There's also not a whole lot of undocumented Hispanic people around here either, although there was heavy scrutiny and heavy targeting of that community by enforcement operations. So it really wasn't about, you know, catching undocumented people, even if that is a legitimate reason to terrorize an entire community and gas people out of their homes and shoot people in the streets and drag people out of their beds. Which it isn't. I think really what the surge was about was partially a political ploy on the part of Donald Trump. He wanted to very publicly associate some of the politicians from Minnesota, such as Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz, with charges of corruption, and to tie them to this whole Somali daycare fraud situation, which had already been being investigated by local Minnesota politicians, and there was already accountability happening around that. But more than that, I think what it really was revenge, especially revenge for 2020. I think, you know, Donald Trump's first administration really went down in flames, not only through its own incompetence, but through the massive resistance and moment of racial reckoning that America had.
Oh, I missed 5 memberships. Oh, yo, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Who did I miss 5 members? Illustration Station. I'm so sorry I missed your memberships. I'm so sorry it didn't show me in the chat. W's to you, my dear. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for funding the stream today.
Following the murder of George Floyd and the uprising that happened here, and the burning of the 3rd precinct, and just the massive and heroic resistance that young people and working people and people of color had in our streets. You know, to the Trump administration, Minneapolis is like, to them, how Paris was to aristocrats in Europe in like the 1800s. It's this terrifying city, and they feel a need to bring it under control, or similar to how, like, you know, the Nazis might have thought about a city like Berlin as being this den of queerness and leftists and all the things that they hate. And so I think
that does describe Minneapolis, actually.
A lot of people on the right, a lot of people in Trump's base, there is an urge to see a sort of gratuitous, almost performative violence be done against these cities that they have just been trained to despise and hate, and the people who live here. And I definitely think that that was a huge part of why Metro Surge
I'd
happened.
like to see
So they
like
swarmed our city with,
non-performative violence, actually.
thousands of ICE agents,
If
and they just
I'm
kept
honest
on
about
ramping
it.
up
Only against
the
criminals,
terror
though.
and the brutality and the violence against people. And more people started joining the rapid response networks and trying to respond to this. Renee Good was part of the whole broader community here of like queer folk who've moved here from other states. That's a big part of our community right now. And she was gunned down just in cold blood.
She tried to run over an ICE agent with her car and was shot because she tried to run over an ICE agent with her car. She was just an innocent bystander who was gunned down in cold blood. Okay, bro. Okay.
Jonathan Ross. And that was, I think, the moment that the resistance here just exploded. They just threw so much gas on the fire by doing that. And then for all of January, I mean, they basically just shot someone like once a week. You know, they shot Renee, and then they shot Socialism up on the north side, which led to a very localized north side uprising in which people up there allegedly smashed some ICE and FBI vehicles and looted them, and allegedly found documents talking about all these different operations and targets that the feds had locally. And then there was the general strike, the first general strike we've had in this city since 1934. And here in like central Minneapolis, everything was shut down that day. It was a very powerful day. And then the next day they shot Alex Preddy, just gunned him down. His last action was trying to defend an unarmed woman from a jackbooted federal thug. And they gang beat him in the streets and then disarmed him. And then after disarming him, shot him in the head, then emptied an entire clip of ammunition in him. And then they stood back and clapped. And
yo, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you for keeping at this being so real. I've learned so much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated to you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the super chat.
And that was the day that the barricades rose in Whittier. And the whole community came out. And I don't think the community was even violent to the ICE agents, but just took so much violence from them. And no matter how much gas and how many non-lethal rounds they hurled at people, or no matter how much they threatened people with lethal rounds, they couldn't make people back down. And so they retreated. And
Wayne, I'm going to explain this really clearly. The reason that people won't listen is it debunks the conservative right-wing media narrative that they have been brainwashed with. If they have to look at the evidence, think about it this way. If these people who refuse to listen to the real evidence have to look at it, then they have to admit that they've been lied to by their favorite influencers, their favorite pundits, their favorite commentators, because the evidence, the direct primary source evidence, completely contradicts the narrative that is shilled on conservative right-wing media every single day by the most prominent people in this space. And so if you have to admit that your favorite pundit or commentator or journalist or whatever, if you have to admit that they're lying to you about one thing, what does that mean for every other thing that they have ever said? How many other things are they lying about that if you go and you actually look at the primary sources, you're going to find out, oh, they're not telling the truth about that. They're not telling the truth about that. They're not telling the truth about that. People don't want to hear it. People don't want to have their favorite narrative contradicted. It creates a crazy amount of cognitive dissonance, and they would rather be lied to with comforting lies where they are told the talking points that they've been fed for years and years and years, every single thing they want to hear. That's much more comfortable for most people than seeing what the truth is. The reason I can do this is I already did this with my own side. I already had to go, oh, my own side, because I used to be a Democrat, right? I had to go, the Democrats are lying to me. The media is lying to me. Here's all the ways in which they're lying to me. I've already been through this process with the left. That's why I was able to do it with the right. Because even though I left the left, and that was very true and that was very real, I was never a conservative sycophant. And I never wanted to build a brand around being a conservative sycophant or a Trump supporter like so many influencers did. That just wasn't what I wanted to do. And so I already debunked my own side once. I already worked through the cognitive dissonance once. And so when it came time to do it with conservative media, when it became obvious to me that they were lying to everyone too, it was very, very easy for me because I've already done it once. But a lot of people on the right have never questioned their own influencers. They've never questioned their own pundits. They've never actually taken the time to look at the evidence and say, what is this actually saying? Not looking at the analysis, not looking at the clickbait, not looking at the bullshit that's cherry picked out of context, actually just looking at the evidence. So they've never learned how to do this. So when they're then confronted with this former leftist saying, hey, here's what's actually going on, it's much easier for them to say, you're secret Antifa and you never left the left and you're insane and you're mentally ill and you're a narcissist. Because if they actually had to take the time to look at the evidence, it would completely destroy their entire fucking conception of the world. And that is why so many people in my chat are extremely angry at conservative media. One in the chat, if you are angry at how much conservative and right-wing media lied to you about what the far left is doing and who they are and how they organize and how they're funded, one in the chat, if you've looked at the evidence and you are actually pissed off at how much right-leaning media has lied to you, two in the chat if that hasn't happened yet.
That was kind of the turning point where they got rid of, what's that little gremlin who was commanding them, the guy with the coat, Bovino, that's his name. Oh, Bovino. Yeah.
Based Bovino.
So they got rid of him and they got Homan in here instead, and they started drawing down the number of agents who were operating in town. And at that point, I think
by the way, did everyone hear this? Did everyone hear this fun fact? Did you know that the new Secretary of Homeland Security who replaced Kristi Noem, did you know that Mark Mullins, I think that's his name, Mark Mullins, right? I know his last name's Mullins. I think his first name is Mark. Did you know that Secretary of Homeland Security Mullins is closing 7 of the 11 new ICE facilities that Kristi Noem started building? Kristi Noem started building 11 new ICE detention centers. Mullins has now closed 7 of the 11 of the new ICE detention centers. Did you guys know that? Do you guys think we're getting mass deportations based on the fact that we used to have 11 new ICE detention centers to handle the deportations that need to happen? 7 of them have now been closed by the new Secretary of Homeland Security that replaced Kristi Noem. I don't think we're getting mass deportations, and I think that it's retarded to look at the situation where they've closed all of these new ICE detention centers and think, oh yeah, they're going to be ramping up deportations. Why would they close 7 of the 11 of the new ICE detention centers if they were going to be ramping up deportations? Can we use our brains for a moment?
People thought that was victory. And I kind of resist that narrative. After the drawdown, there were still many times more federal agents operating in the Twin Cities than there were before. The raids, the brutality has continued. There's still literally black bagging people at bus stops.
Good.
And the resistance has continued as well.
Black bagging people
even if we did force them to back down in the days after they murdered Alex Preddy, they still kidnapped thousands of our neighbors and threw them into camps where physical abuse and sexual abuse is just rife.
Data from the Department of Homeland Security's Office of the Inspector General show that thousands of migrants have claimed they were sexually abused while in ICE custody.
And where people are being malnourished, people are being sent to countries they've never been to, countries where they don't speak the language. Yeah, I mean, Metro Surge never really ended. And I guess our case is kind of an example of that. And I suspect strongly that part of the reason they're going after activists right now is because they intend to come back and claim victory through another campaign of gratuitous violence.
Can you tell us something about the case?
Yeah, so the case is an indictment brought down by the federal government on us. There are 15 of us who are indicted. We're accused of having ANTIFA ties, whatever that means. They're specifically accusing us of being members of Direct Action Minnesota and of Black Cat Workers Collective. There's a couple of other groups that they seem very afraid of as well, that they're name dropping in their indictment. They're very focused on saying that we're anarchists and saying that we are anti-fascists.
Bro, you literally have an Antifa flag right behind you, bro. I just don't know why the Trump administration would say that we are anarchists and anti-fascists. Sir, can I call you sir, or is it ma'am? I'm pretty sure it's sir. Sir, you have an Antifa flag literally right behind you, sir.
Which are not terms I think any of my friends have ever been embarrassed by. It was a bit of a surprise to us.
Yeah, we're not embarrassed to be called Antifa or anarchists. Exactly. Because he's got a giant fuck off flag right behind him.
That they're name dropping in their indictment. They're very focused on saying that we're anarchists and saying that we are anti-fascists, which are not terms I think any of my friends have ever been embarrassed by. It was a bit of a surprise to us. I was on my way to work when I was arrested. I was getting in my car and just boxed in very suddenly. I actually thought at first that it was just a bad driver or someone very inconsiderate. So I rolled down my window and I went, hey. And then next thing I know, I have federal agents swarming my car and I'm being told I'm under arrest. I realized it's HSI, and they did it early enough in the morning, since I'm a construction worker, that there was no one around to blow their whistles. They got me fairly quickly. It was a pretty violent set of raids overall. Particularly, there was one house that they raided that is a trans house of refuge that has a lot of young queer people living in it. And they broke the glass and opened the door, rummaged through the whole house, held everyone at gunpoint, dragged one of my co-defendants out of bed in their underwear, just acted in a very violating way towards the trans and queer people that were living there. Gratuitous violence and violation. Which, you know, I mean, that's part of fascism. That's what they do. Is it's kind of a spectator sport for them. So they hauled us all into jail, and you know, we had a groovy time in jail, singing together and laughing and keeping each other's spirits up. And then we found out what the charges are, which is a federal felony charge of conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers, is what all 15 of us are charged with. And then some of us are further charged with specific acts that they claim that we did harm or impede federal officers, much of which is related to just legal ICE watch activities, following agents around. But, you know, obviously the agents that swarmed our city have been trying to punish people for that for a long time. So from what I see of the evidence we've been presented, and they haven't presented us discovery yet, they're actually trying to delay the timeline upon which they have to present us discovery because there's just so much of it. They have apparently 20 terabytes of data. A huge amount of that is signal messages. There's information from inside meetings that were closed meetings. There's people's Facebook posts. There's information about a show I played. So it's really kind of all over the place. Their evidence, my opinion, is that it does not support the central contention of their charges much. But I think it does support the actual thing we're being prosecuted for, which is that we're anarchists. And certainly,
good.
Yeah, that's really the meat of what this is about. Mostly it's an attempt.
By the way, guys, like, listen, as a reminder, we do not debunk these people because it does not matter if you like what they're saying. It does not matter if you agree with what they're saying. It doesn't matter if you have the best dictionary definition that disproves them. It doesn't fucking matter what you think, okay? What matters is what they think, because their actions are going to come based on what they think. However, I'm not entirely convinced that the Trump administration has really dotted all their I's and crossed their T's on this one. And the reason I say that is that there is already one of the 15 Antifa that got arrested that has pled down their charges from several felony charges to a misdemeanor for which they paid a $250 fine and were sentenced to time already served in jail. That's already happened, okay? And again, this is something you're not going to hear about on conservative media, but I follow leftist media. I follow anarchists. I follow the Antifa groups on social media, and I see what they're saying. And one of the Minneapolis 15 has already pled down the felony charges to a $250 fine misdemeanor and time served in jail. So how are they able to do that if the Trump administration had stacked up all this amazing evidence to prove those charges and they got off with a slap on the wrist?
I think to intimidate the resistance locally, to try to get people afraid to resist, to be afraid to organize. I think it's definitely targeted at rank and file union activists. I think it's very targeted at queer people. And it's targeted at...
Well, she's already out and organizing again. So I don't know that it's that she ratted them out. I don't think that's what happened. I think that the Trump administration just didn't put it all together the way they should have. Because if she ratted on them, then wouldn't there be some provisions that you can't associate with these fucking people if we give you this deal? Wouldn't they have been smart enough to say, if you're going to rat on these people, you then can't go back to doing terrorist organizing? Because we can all agree these people that fit the Trump definition of terrorists, right? They just do. So why are they allowing terrorists back out on the street to go do terrorist organizing? Wouldn't they have put some provision in place? I think everyone that thinks that this is 4D chess and that she's a secret mole who's going, I think you guys are retarded, honestly. There is no indication that the Trump administration is that smart when it comes to these people. Like zero.
Anti-authoritarians, and that's what fascism does, is they always need an outgroup that they can target. So in this country right now, it's immigrants and queer people, kind of first and foremost. And then they always, of course, target people who they identify as a threat to their plans, which is anti-authoritarians and people who are against fascism.
So to what degree do you think that the case against those of you there in Twin Cities is an attempt to just criminalize all dissent and all resistance against ICE, like across the country? To what degree is this trying to develop court precedent so that all activity against ICE is inherently terroristic activity?
Oh yeah, it completely is. You know, what they're doing is they're trying to pick a group of people who they think they can indict and get up on charges and convict. And they're especially choosing a group who they think that they can isolate from the rest of the community. Because of our stated politics, because of who we are, they think that our community won't show up and defend us and won't rally around us, which so far has been completely the opposite of true. Red baiting and calling people radicals just doesn't really work in Minneapolis anymore. We're all aware that, you know, we'll be called whatever slander the government wants to. So people aren't particularly concerned with us being labeled as anarchists or as people on the left. But that, I think that is definitely part of their attempt, is to split the movement and to try to find some people who will be isolated and easy to pick off. And then because of the nature of a conspiracy charge, you know, if they can convict us for being part of a conspiracy, because we allegedly organized political meetings and we were active in rapid response networks and or delivered food to people or gave people protective equipment for protests. These are activities that thousands and thousands of our neighbors have done, right? Very openly. And they are not inherently illegal activities, but by trying to make...
You mean to tell me that name calling and making fun of the left is not going to prevent them from organizing and doing whatever they want to do? You mean to tell me that owning the libs is not a strategy to actually defeat them? Wow. Wow. Yo, Ninja Artist, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. Really appreciate it. W's to you, my dear.
Make them part of this broader conspiracy. It's very obvious that after they come for the anarchists, then, you know, next they will come for the socialists and the communists.
I hope so.
The trade union activists and so on and so on.
And the trade unionists.
Because fascism
isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Guys, they're not just coming for the anarchists, they're coming for the socialists and the communists and the trade unionists. It's almost like those are all the same thing, right? They're not just coming for us. They're coming for the socialists, the communists, the trade unionists. Like they're all the same thing. Almost like that's 4 different words that mean the same fucking thing. Antifa, communists, socialists, trade unionists. And people don't want to hear this. The unions are controlled by the far left. The unions are the backbone of far left organizing. There needs to be congressional hearings into the political organizing activities of the unions. This is a hill I will die on. We need to start repeating that in the ear of like every conservative fucking politician ever, because if those retards don't do something about the unions, we are really and truly fucked. Thank you, filthy angry Irish peasant. Blag Bag Fund? Blag? What the fuck is Blag? Big W, thank you, good sir. I appreciate the super chat.
Then, next they will come for the socialists and the communists and the trade union activists and so on and so on. Because fascism always needs an enemy to oppose and to compare itself to. And the end stage of that is that even if they purge the entire world of all their enemies, they would just have to turn on each other. And of course, the work of
no, they
everyone
do
who
that
wants a
first
free
because they're
and
that type of
beautiful
retard.
world is to stop it before it gets to that point. Because, man, a world with just fascists fighting each other over who's a bigger fascist would not be a future I want. So, but yeah, I would say definitely this is part of an effort to criminalize dissent more broadly, which is really the dream of this administration.
I haven't paid like super close attention to whatever court documents have been published or anything. Is there any mention of like NSPM 7, like the executive order that, regarding Antifa as a terrorist organization? Has that been involved at all in the indictments?
From my reading of the indictment, no, I don't believe that's ever been at least stated. Though
Are you fucking shitting me? Are you shitting me? So Trump, over a year ago now, writes this entire executive order declaring Antifa to be a terrorist organization. And Trump supporters said, we won. We defeated Antifa. Antifa over. Trump W. And now we find out that these 15 Antifa members, these are real Antifa members, guys. These are like, they actually did get that part correct so far as I can tell. These are actually real Antifa members that have been directly involved with all the anti-ICE organizing in Minneapolis that's been causing chaos there, impeding ICE deportations, chasing the Trump administration out of the city entirely. Now we find out that the whole executive order about Antifa being a terrorist organization isn't even a factor in these people getting arrested and charged. Don't tell me the Trump administration has dotted all of their I's and crossed all their T's when the literal Antifa as a terrorist organization executive order is not being applied in this case. What the actual fuck, Trump? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Kash Patel, what the fuck is wrong with you? Todd Blanche, what the fuck is wrong with you? Harmeet Dillon, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you even write the executive order in the fucking first place if you weren't going to implement it? Oh, because it was a giant PR stunt. Because it was all just a PR stunt. Do you guys remember when Trump did that big Antifa roundtable press conference? And I said literally during the conference, this is all a PR stunt. None of these people know what they're talking about. And everyone's like, Karlyn, you're just jealous that you weren't invited. And I said, no, I don't want to be involved with this shit at all. Because if I was at that table, I would have been fucking screaming at how much misinformation was being presented. And I said this, and again, I got raked over the coals. You're just jealous that you weren't invited. And now it turns out that it was all just a giant PR stunt in the first place. And I said, at the time, this is not going to be enforced because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z. Got raked over the coals again for that. Karlyn, you're secret Antifa, and you're a leftist, and you're running cover for conservative media. And now, what do we find out? That even when Trump arrest 15 fucking members of Antifa who have been directly involved in all the anti-ICE bullshit in Minneapolis. They aren't even applying the Antifa as a terrorist organization executive order. Hang on. Cynthia! Cynthia is here with 20 gifted channel memberships. W's my queen. Everyone put green squares in the chat for our Emerald Queen, Cynthia. Thank you so much for your generosity, Cynthia. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for your ongoing support on the channel, getting us over the 50% mark for today of our channel membership goal. Let's rewind and listen to that one more time, shall we?
For close attention to whatever court documents have been published or anything, is there any mention of like NSPM 7, like the executive order that, you know, regarding Antifa as a terrorist organization? Has that been involved at all in the indictments?
From my reading of the indictment, no, I don't believe that's ever been at least stated. Though I imagine probably that priority set by the federal government is definitely affecting who gets targeted by the intelligence services at this point.
So what all organizations have been kind of caught up in this, because there are 15 people who have been indicted, but those 15 people are part of a variety of organizations. What organizations have been kind of swept up in this indictment?
Well, the main focus of the indictment is on Direct Action Minnesota.
Karlyn, you just don't understand. Trump is playing 4D chess, and just because he's not implying the executive order in the arrests of Antifa or in the charging of Antifa, just wait, Karlyn, because Trump is playing 4D chess, and you just don't understand, Karlyn. And I know that this is going to be used in the sentencing of these people. Cope a little harder, bro. Why don't you cope a little bit harder? Please cope a little bit harder with the fact that your hero Trump never does anything to actually impede the leftist organizing at all.
Which is a group that, you know, kind of grew out of the rapid response networks and simply continued the work of the rapid response networks and was focused on defending our community from state and non-state terror in whatever form it takes. And there was also a great deal of interest in the indictment against Black Cat Workers Collective, which is an anarchist political organization. In both cases, the indictment uses the term Antifa-linked or Antifa-affiliated or simply Antifa affinity group, which is a misnomer. Neither of the organizations they're calling affinity groups are affinity groups, but I don't expect them to understand what an affinity group is. So
we know what affinity groups are because we actually study Antifa propaganda. In fact, we were learning about affinity groups just the other day. Affinity groups are just little organizing factions within the left. That's basically like all that. That in layman's terms, they're little group. They're smaller groups that are working together to do organizing and that sort of thing.
It's a scary word that they know that anarchists use, so they throw it in there. They have a lot of interest in some other organizations.
Like the Black Cat Workers Collective, that's going to be an affinity group. It's just a group of people that are like organizing together, and they may like have some stuff in common and shared beliefs and stuff like that, but that's essentially what that means.
A meeting.
You don't even know the terms.
DSA
Yes, I do,
is mentioned
actually.
in the indictment. There's a great deal of interest in the Ray Rainbolt Memorial Shooting Club, which is a completely above ground, legal, Second Amendment protected organization.
Yes, good to see you golf.
That just trains
Fucking
people
Pisces.
in the legal and completely protected use of firearms in self-defense. However, it's a largely queer club, and so that makes sense. They're obsessed with queer people, and yeah, I mean,
they should be arresting more queer people. Actually,
it's clear.
One in the chat, if you think that Trump should be arresting more queer people and the federal government should be arresting more queer people. Two in the chat if you think they're arresting enough. And by queer, just so everyone knows, queer is a political ideology. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. You can be gay and trans and not be queer. I have no fucking issue with gay people or trans people that just want to like keep their noses out of things and just live their lives and aren't doing far left activism. That is not what we're talking about. We are talking about a far left revolutionary political ideology that is trying to destabilize and annihilate capitalism, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism, like the gender binary and the nuclear family. One in the chat if you think we should be arresting more of these people, because they're actively trying to undo our entire way of life and overthrow the federal fucking government. Two in the chat if you think it's perfectly fine to let them roam free and do whatever they want. I'm going to vote for arrest myself. W's to you, John. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership.
Just from the indictment that already they've found their sort of core target, and they're already trying to snake their way out into grabbing more and more people. And then, of course, you know, on top of that, there's just all the organizations that all of us are a part of. A huge number of the people indicted are union members. They're
union members
attacking.
A huge percentage of the Antifa members arrested are union members. Imagine my shock. Guys, who on the internet has been screaming for the last year and a half that the unions are controlled by the far left and they are the backbone of far left organizing? And then it turns out that the majority of the Antifa members arrested in Minneapolis are union members. Who has been screaming about this for the last year and a half, that Congress needs to have congressional hearings into the political organizing activities of the unions? What genius on the internet has been screaming this and no one is listening because they don't want to hear it? Yeah, that would be me. That'd be me. That would be me. Yeah, I mentioned it like several times a fucking stream. Yeah, that was me. That was me. No one else talking about this, just me. Cynthia, with another 20 W's to you, my dear. Thank you so much. Green squares in the chat for Cynthia. Really appreciate that, Cynthia. Big support. Big support. We got Matt in there with another 5. Thank you so much, Matt, for your generosity. W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Members of our locals and of our unions. And I think that's a big part of why they're doing this, is as much as they're focusing on Direct Action Minnesota or on Black Cat Works Collective or on protest activities that they say we did, I think a huge part of this indictment is really the fact that a lot of the people involved were involved in the organizing of the general strike, and they are terrified of the power of the general strike. They're terrified of
the general strike, like the mass general strike that the unions are going to organize in May of 2028, and all of the other general strikes that they're organizing up until May 1st, 2028, are what are called structure tests. It's basically, you're going to see, guys, we're going to be seeing a lot of mass general strikes between now and May 1 of 2028, and they may be one-day strikes, they may be weekend strikes. We might see them of all lengths. Don't get it twisted. Just because they're only doing a mass general strike for one single day, that doesn't mean they're not accomplishing anything. It is what is called a structure test. It's basically, how many people can we get to show up on this one day and do a mass general strike? They're trying to see how many people they can get to actually rally and go do something, because they are trying to build as much capacity as possible between now and May 1st of 2028, which is the big fuck off mass general strike in which all of the unions are coordinating together to try to shut down the entire economy nationwide at the same time. So every single mass general strike that you see for the next year and a half, 2 years or so, they are all structure tests leading up to the big one, which is going to be May 1st, 2028.
Power of the working class in the city, but they can't raid and indict the entire working class.
Let's go back and get that strike thing again.
Or on protest activities that they say we did. I think a huge part of this indictment is really the fact that a lot of the people involved were involved in the organizing of the general strike, and they are terrified of the power of the general strike. They're terrified of the power of the working class in the city, but they can't raid and indict the entire working class. I mean, they tried to last winter, and they couldn't.
No, it's not possible that the mass general strike will trigger hearings, because by that point, it will already be too late. It will already be too late. They will control the entire economy. if the Republicans don't get off their lazy fucking asses and move well before May 1st of 2028, then we are fucked. We are fucked to like a really absurd degree. So there is nothing that is going to happen after that, because the left will literally own the entire economy, and it's not going to be good. And when I say shut down the economy, what I mean is shut down the grocery stores, shut down the airlines, shut down the auto workers, shut down Amazon, all Amazon delivery, shut down Starbucks, shut down all of the different worker things, shut down like K through 12 schools. They want to shut down all the K through 12 schools, because that not only shuts down the schools, it also forces the parents to stay home, which keeps the parents out of work as well. We're talking about every major union, the service workers unions, all of the major unions are working together. All of them, except for the police unions, which the left thinks are not real unions. So if Republicans don't get off their lazy fucking asses and do something about this before May 1st of 2028, we are fucked. And the Queen Cynthia, funding the entire fucking stream all by herself. Cynthia just sent in 25 more channel memberships, getting us over our goal for today. Before the surprise that's coming up at 7 p.m. As a reminder, guys, we have a surprise coming up at 7 p.m. You don't want to miss the surprise, guys. It's going to be fucking awesome. Cynthia, thank you so much for your very, very generous support today. You basically, thank you to everyone who donated channel memberships. I don't want people to think it's just Cynthia, because a lot of people donated channel memberships, but I so appreciate all of the memberships that you've gifted out today, my dear. You are a legend of the channel. You are a queen. And let me see. We're up to now 102 new channel members, which is awesome. Thank you so much. Wait, old sub's like, excuse me, Cynthia. Excuse me. You're not going to have all the fun, Cynthia. W's to you, old sub. Big support. I so appreciate you as well, my friend. Can we get green squares and plague doctors in the chat for old sub and Cynthia, the king and queen of the channel? Thank you so much.
So instead, they're going with this theory, I guess they have, that if you cut out the cancer of these 15 anarchists, that then the rest of the city will fall in line and be compliant. And I think they just fundamentally misunderstand our city, and they fundamentally misunderstand how the resistance here played out this winter.
I think that what y'all have been doing in resisting ICE and all of the organizing efforts that you've been setting up have been enormously inspirational to the rest of the nation. And really, I've heard even people internationally who are talking about what was being done in response to those ICE raids. And I think a big part of what has been so inspirational to it is not even just like the fact that there was street resistance, because that's normal. You know, anarchists and leftists in general are pretty good at that part. But I think what has really been so inspirational to people is just how many average people came out in resistance to these raids and in defense of their neighbors. And I think that is something that really sort of took hold of the imagination of a lot of people, is that we're not just pulling out people who are like radical leftists who are like really displeased with the state and, you know, the conditions of the social system and like want full transformation of society. But instead, we're pulling out people who are just like, no, you are not going to kidnap my neighbors. And I think that like demonstrates a much more powerful base than just like, you know, this narrow kind of radical narrative. Instead, this is something that seems like it really permeated through a much broader swath of people who might have never been the sort of people who would have showed up to some, you know, radical leftist protest, revolutionary protest or something. But these people showed up hardcore to defend people they had never met, or maybe they hadn't in general sense, but, you know, these people who were the underclass community of their society. And in many other places, they may have stood back and done nothing and just let it happen. And we've seen that happen in a variety of places. But for some reason, they didn't. They showed up and put their bodies on the line in an extremely real way. And I think what pretty much everybody's interested in, and everybody I've spoken to, this is what they're interested in, is what was like the make or break on that? You know, was it a conscious element of organization that was carried out by a bunch of different people, or was this like something cultural to the area? I'm kind of interested to know your take on that question.
Yeah, well, I definitely think there is a culture of community engagement here in the Twin Cities and across Minnesota more broadly. So at the same time, I think that sometimes people put a lot too much stock in that like Minnesota nice, we all stick together thing. I mean, yeah, that's true, and it's a story we tell about ourselves and other people tell about us. But I think there's more to it. I think definitely within the Twin Cities itself, a lot of what happened is that, you know, this isn't our first crisis in recent years. In 2020, we had the George Floyd uprising. And during that uprising, a lot of people came together because it also happened, you know, during COVID. So we were already having these networks of people doing mutual aid, all sorts of people doing, you know, making masks and delivering groceries and helping people who were sick. And so that was already a big part of our local community. And those networks of mutual aid, like the idea of doing mutual aid has been a huge part of kind of Minneapolis life for a long time.
Mutual aid is how the far left is funded. They are not funded by Soros. They're not funded by NGOs. They're not funded by nonprofits. They're not funded by USAID. They are not funded by Neville Roy Singham and the CCP. They are funded by mutual aid. And the Antifa member that was arrested in Minneapolis is about to explain this clearly about how they are supported in what they are doing.
George Floyd uprising. And during that uprising, a lot of people came together because it also happened, you know, during COVID. So we were already having these networks of people doing mutual aid, all sorts of people doing, you know, making masks and delivering groceries and helping people who were sick. And so that was already a big part of our local community. And those networks of mutual aid, like the idea of doing mutual aid has been a huge part of kind of Minneapolis life for a long time. That's always been something that people here have put a lot of energy into building. And certainly, you know, doesn't hurt that we
have been building these mutual aid funding mechanisms for years and years and years. Minimally, they've been doing it aggressively since the BLM riots in 2020. Do not underestimate how much money that these people can raise through small donations, not only of cash, but of goods, of services, through these mutual aid networks that they've organized. That's also how the signal groups in Minneapolis are so robust. They're so robust, in fact, that if they spot an ICE, what they would call like kidnapping in Minneapolis, if they spot an ICE kidnapping, they can get someone on the ground with a camera to stick in the faces of ICE within 2 minutes because their signal groups are so robust. The left never stopped organizing. They never stopped. They did not stop under Biden. That was all a conservative myth. Again, conservative media lying to their audiences. They were organizing all of this shit under Biden, guys. Under Biden for years and years and years. They never stop organizing. And that is why they need to be arrested and they need to be put in jail, because as long as these people are free, they will be doing leftist organizing. And there's literally nothing that you can do to stop them. Nothing. Cynthia, another 5. Cynthia, why are you spoiling me so much today? But please keep going. I love it, my dear. Thank you. W's to you. Thank you so much for all of your generous support.
Are, I believe, the queerest city in the country at this point. We're a major destination for queer people kind of escaping bad situations elsewhere. And so a lot of that community also does a ton of mutual aid. There's also very strong immigrant communities here that have a lot of kind of internal organization. And, you know, during 2020, there was a lot of sort of community safety teams that formed, and they were of a politically mixed character. Some of them were basically property owners and business owners going out there and trying to, you know, protect their storefronts from the rioters. But a lot of them were just people in their neighborhood.
Okay, we just got a super chat, Rumble Rant Ithaca over on Rumble. How to fight this mutual aid? Well, the first step to fighting mutual aid is acknowledging that mutual aid is how the left is funded. Honestly, guys, we can't even get right-leaning people to acknowledge that mutual aid is how the left is funded. If you want to fight mutual aid, step number one is convince people to give up the myth of Soros, the myth of Neville Roysingham, because those are never, like, if you cut off all the Soros money today, it would not stop Antifa and the far left. If you cut off Neville Roysingham and the CCP, it would not stop Antifa and the far left. The first step towards stopping mutual aid is acknowledging what mutual aid is and what the left is doing. And if we can't even get conservatives across step number one, there is nothing that we can do to stop it. Like, literally nothing. Old sub, in with another 5, bro. Like, come on, W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much for your support. You rock.
Hood trying to keep people safe while the MPD was just running riot, gassing people out of their homes and driving past with unmarked vans and opening fire on people with less lethal rounds, even people sitting on their own porch. You know, we had community safety teams. We had medics running. And by we, I don't mean, myself and my
Guys, I think we're gonna have to finish this interview after the surprise. We're gonna watch it right up to the surprise, but we do have a surprise coming up in about 12 minutes, okay? That is time sensitive. So we're gonna have to go to that when it comes up.
Here it is. I mean, like my whole community. As flattered as I am, it's this old tactic here in Minneapolis, especially back in the 2010s. Anytime something more rapid.
For the person that just got deported in my chat, the reason you got deported is because you whined about being timed out by one of the mods, and I don't tolerate that shit here. Malcolm in with 5, bro. W's to you. Thank you so much for your support, Malcolm. You had a lot of support yesterday, and so I really appreciate you coming back today, dropping another 5. That's awesome.
Radical what happened at a protest. This chorus of voices from the usual counterinsurgency crowd would start screaming that it was the white anarchists that did it. And they made it very clear because they wanted to delegitimize any link between anti-authoritarian politics and the resistance movements of communities of color. So they would always try to drive that wedge, the white anarchists, which I think fundamentally misunderstands what the anarchist movement in the Twin Cities is like, actually.
True.
And also, just on a personal level, look, I'm very flattered, but I'm really, as busy a man as I might be, I'm not that influential.
Right. It's the outside agitators narrative, I suppose, right? It's this idea that organically people would never object. Organically, everybody agrees with the systems of domination. It's just those agitators that are causing the problem. It's that bad element that makes people not want to be dominated.
Yeah, me with my little snidely whiplash mustache, sneaking around, putting ideas into the heads of the youth. So, a lot of that sort of relational infrastructure was in place already. People have been talking about the need for rapid response to ICE raids for a long time. And in the early part of the second Trump administration, as recently as last year, the ICE raids were still coming in these very militarized convoy forms, like the raid on Los Cuatro Milpas, I think was last June. Not this one, but a year ago. And they had a very heavy presence on that street. It was basically just a military occupation of the street with just a motley assortment of people from various federal agencies wearing various uniforms and insignia. And they stayed there for hours. And that led to a massive confrontation, as had happened around that same time in Los Angeles with their big militarized convoy raids. And so as the months went on and then approached Metro Surge, they started changing their tactics to these sort of snatch and grab tactics. They would, come up very quickly. Increasingly, they began disguising their vehicles, switching their plates around, which is a crime in this state, removing the plates, or they would short-term rent cars and then return them. Sometimes they would even put left-wing and progressive bumper stickers on their cars, or put a bunch of toys on the dashboard just to make themselves look more like a normal person that you might expect to see around Minneapolis, unless like a jackbooted thug. So by the time Metro Surge rolled around, the rapid response networks, which had learned a lot of know your rights training stuff from the fairly above ground immigrant organizations here in the Twin Cities, they had become hyper local because it became very apparent that you couldn't respond in time unless you had a hyper local loop. You know, the neighborhood I live in, if someone is being kidnapped by ICE in literally the next neighborhood over, there is no way I'm going to get there in time, because you have about a 3-minute window of time to get there and just document who is being kidnapped, what's their name, you know. So much like during Metro Surge, you would get a call and you would just go there, and it would just be what we call a ghost car. You just find a car, the windows are smashed open, the seatbelt is cut, and you would just try to figure out who this person was so that you could contact their family and tell them that their loved one had been taken. And that happened over and over. I mean, a block from my house, there's a sign that says a person was kidnapped by ICE here.
Well, hey, Karen, I got good news for you. These people are not pedophiles. I know you're saying, but Karlyn, conservative media has brainwashed me to tell me they are. They're not. They're really not. And I'm not saying there are no pedophiles on the left, but you have to understand there's just as many on the right as there are on the left. It is not part of how these people think. It is not part of how they operate. They are not trying to sexualize kids in school. They are trying to teach kids that gender doesn't exist. And so, although occasionally you might find one person, that one person is not part of the activist far left. It's just one sick, deranged person doing sick, deranged things. And sick, deranged people exist on the left, and they exist on the right, and they exist outside of the political spectrum. So the good news for you, my dear, is that is not the issue that we are grappling with when it comes to the left. I'm not saying it's not an issue, but it is not related to this at all. And anyone who has said otherwise is quite frankly lying and doesn't know what they're talking about.
So we had the whole community had to organize these very hyper local loops, but then that meant that the sheer density of people watching and resisting was just so intense. In a given neighborhood, you would have people watching, standing guard outside of the daycares, standing guard outside of the schools, pretty much all day. You would have people patrolling up and down in their cars, and then you would have people outside of the of the Whipple building, and they would be just sending dispatch telling people where the ICE vehicles were heading.
Yes, I agree with you, but the problem is every time a conservative retard says the word pedophile, they stop focusing on what the left is actually doing, and it's just pedophiles, 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 and then it all becomes about that. This is not what the left is doing. It's not what the left is doing at all. It's what sick, deranged people are doing. So every single time a conservative, regular person or influencer or pundits comes in and goes, it's pedophiles, they're sexualizing kids, then the entire conversation has to become about that, and everything else is ignored, and everything else is forgotten, because conservative media has so brainwashed their audience on this issue to believe that they are literally surrounded by pedophiles everywhere, when it's just not true. No one is pro-pedophile. Literally 0 fucking people are pro-pedophile. So can we please focus on what the left is actually fucking doing? Because what they're doing is just as fucked up as anything the pedophiles are doing, and it's getting no attention because of how conservative media has behaved on this issue. We got Old Sub in with another 5 W's to you, Old Sub. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate it. Guys, I need to do a quick pause here because in 5 minutes, or 4 minutes now in theory, we will be getting a surprise, okay? I need to change my audio settings really, really quick to accommodate the surprise. Fishing! Fishing it with 5 channel memberships. W's to you, bro. Thank you so much for the gift. Cynthia A with another 5 W's to you, my dear. Emerald Squares in the chat. You're spoiling me today, Cynthia. You're spoiling me. Thank you, guys. Massive W's to Old Sub, to Fishing, to Cynthia, getting us over 150 channel memberships so far today. How cool is that? How cool is that? Okay, guys, give me 1 sec. I just need to change my audio settings. Test, test, test. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? We will come back and finish the rest of this interview, but now we are going into Spy Stream. We're going into Spy Stream. We are taking the chat off the screen because this is my recording too. And I wanted to give everyone a little gift today. Normally, Spy Streams, where we go inside a live leftist organizing meeting, normally these are supporter exclusives. But today, just for everyone here, I am making them publicly available to everyone just for today. There are going to be more Spy Streams coming up that you do want to be a channel member for or support on the Substack or subscribe on Twitter or Patreon or Locals, whichever is the best for you. But we're about to go inside a live leftist organizing call. I do not know what they're going to say. I do not know what they're going to do. I will not disrupt their training. We are watching them like a fly on the wall, studying what our enemy is doing in real time. And if you guys have something to say about it, please display your thoughts in the chat. I will also chat in my thoughts and display it on the screen because I will not be talking over the training because this is my recording too. And I got to tell you guys, in the email for this training, it had my favorite words when it comes to Spy Stream. Does anyone know what my favorite words are when it comes to Spy Stream? Does anyone want to guess what words I love to see on a leftist organizing meetings email or website that just makes me tingle and glow and grin and laugh? What words did I see? There will be no recording of this meeting. Yep. 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 The words I saw are, we will not be recording this meeting. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't worry. I got you. I got you, leftists. You guys are going to love this. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Also, do not share. Snitches get stitches. This is a rare public Spy Stream for everyone. Do not go and tweet around and say, Karlyn is strange. Like, this is a surprise. This is for the people who are here. This is for the real ones. You guys, I didn't say I was doing this to anyone. You guys are here and you guys get the surprise. You can share after, but don't go out and share now, okay? You can share after we are done. Don't be retarded, okay? Sometimes there's leftists watching and there's just nothing we can do about it, and then they share, and it's actually kind of entertaining for us when that happens, by the way. When leftists come in and they try to rat us out, and then they still can't figure out who the fuck I am, that's actually really entertaining. But you guys, if you are not a leftist, don't fuck it up for everyone else, okay? Rumble, I'm watching you too, all right? Snitches get stitches. I can't make these public when people fuck them up for us just because they're being retards. A leftist fucking it up, we can mitigate that. A right-winger fucking it up because they're being a retard, don't do that shit. We're still waiting. We are waiting to be let into the stream. We are waiting. And guys, if you want to donate channel memberships, I promise during the stream, I will acknowledge them at the end. But because I don't talk over the stream, I will not acknowledge them until the end of the training. Okay? Who's excited for Spy Stream? 1 in the chat if you're excited. 2 in the chat if you think this is dumb. Yeah, just be cool. Just fucking relax. Fucking relax. Bet you guys didn't know you were going to do a Spy Stream today. Bet you guys didn't know that was going to happen. This is why you got to come to streams. This is why you got to come to live streams. Don't just say, I'll catch the replay later if you're going to be around. This is why you got to come. You never know what I'm really going to do. Sometimes I'll watch the topic on the thumbnail. Sometimes I'll surprise you guys by doing a secret Spy Stream that no one knows about. Yeah, Reagan, feel free to ditch if you need to go to something else to like, you know, get their asses or whatever. Yeah, I might be insane, but I'm methodical as fuck about what I do.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. We're going to give this a minute to let everybody in. Welcome to Protect Elections, Demand Democracy. We have a very big crowd tonight. Give us a minute. It takes Zoom like 2 minutes to get everybody out of the waiting room into the Zoom room, the webinar room. Okay, still coming, still coming. Bear with us. My name is Jill. I'm here with my co-trainer, Zach. Hi, Zach. He's the guy with all the books behind him. Yes, he is very well read. Big brain. Okay. I think we're loaded. Okay. This is exciting. We have hundreds of people joining us tonight. We're really excited. We are States at the Core, and we are launching our Protect Elections, Demand Democracy training. This is a 3-part training we're going to be doing over the next 3 weeks. You're in part 1, so we hope you can join us for part 2 next week and part 3 in 2 weeks. If you can't, don't worry. We're going to do these training all over again, and then all over again, and maybe a 4th time. So plenty of opportunities to join the training, but as you will hear tonight, we think it's a really good idea to start this work and start doing this training now. Welcome everyone. I've been in relaxation mode for about a week, and this is my like hard launch back into work for the summer. You're gonna be right there with me. It's going to be a hard summer. I think we're gonna get a lot of things done. We're going to fight authoritarianism. We are going to win on many fronts this summer and into the fall. We're putting that out into the universe. And we're going to call today day 1 in our fight to stop election sabotage and interference, nefarious interference. So, why Protect Elections, Demand Democracy training? Because we are expecting an onslaught of election sabotage tactics, and we need a movement response. So we're gearing up now to do a lot of work right up into midterm elections. Tonight's agenda is going to cover some high-level things. So authoritarian threats, what are the threats, more specific threats to the midterms, what may they look like? We're going to talk about building a midterm election plan and expanding your community defense network, starting or expanding your community defense network. If you're not already in a community defense network or some sort of rapid response or localized network, that's okay. We're going to talk about how to get started. Okay, a little bit of housekeeping. Our trainings typically do have some bad actors who come to disrupt or to try to gather information about the attendees. So we keep things pretty locked down. You all can talk to us through the chat and through the Q&A, but you can't talk to each other. That is so that your name and identity are not released to any of the other attendees. So feel free to chat with us. We would love to hear from you. We'd love to hear where you're joining us from. Don't tell us your exact address. Just tell us the town or city that you're joining us from. I think I looked over the registration. We had over 700 folks registered, and we'll probably get more than half of that tonight. I think probably people from all over the country are here. We'll take a look at the chat in a few moments. Please no recording or transcription. We don't record. Most of our trainings are not recorded. This training is not recorded. Put relevant comments in the chat. We'll try to look through the comments. If you have actual questions, put them in the Q&A, because we have staff members and colleagues on the back end who are going to be looking over the Q&A and trying to answer your questions there. We'll take some questions live if the answers are relevant to the group. Okay, so finally, when you're putting stuff in the chat or the Q&A, speak for yourself from your own experience. We always try to do the same. Alrighty. I just want to note Ooh, Colorado. Okay. California, Minneapolis, Georgia, Chicago. Hi, Chicago folks. San Diego, Texas, Connecticut. My hometown. I see my hometown is here. Hi, y'all. St. Paul, Richmond, Virginia. Hi, Richmond. Okay, this is great. We really do have folks from all over. Lots of folks coming in from Ohio, Tennessee, Seattle, New York City. Oh, this is great. Okay, we're so glad you're here. I want to start with something, I've been reading up. ICE shot and killed a person in Houston yesterday morning. We've been hearing there's been a major uptick in enforcement. In many ways, ICE enforcement never really died down. It just changed after the incursion into Minneapolis and St. Paul. So some of the work we're going to discuss today is closely related to a lot of the work that you all did to document ICE and that hundreds of communities have been doing for the last several months. So we just want to reiterate that as the mass deportation machine sort of continues these violent enforcement tactics, a reminder to continue documenting abuses, continue documenting any federal enforcement or any law enforcement that you can, and to keep yourself safe during any encounters with law enforcement. We've done lots of ICE Watch training. This is not an ICE Watch training. We're not going to cover all of that documentation pieces. But just a quick reminder that, as always, understand your own rights. It's the best way to protect yourself and to protect other people's rights. Stacks trainings are all rooted in nonviolence and no physical interference. Okay. My lawyers are also very happy that I just said that. Okay. So we're here to talk about the midterm elections, what we can expect in the coming months, and what we can do about nefarious efforts to interfere in our elections. But first, I want to name that the news we're hearing is pretty overwhelming. And the headlines, at least for me, on most days, make it seem as if there isn't much we can do about election interference or sabotage. I've been hearing a lot about executive orders and subpoenas, the SAFE Act, judges interceding and investigations, ballot seizures. And sometimes I think it's really, really difficult to figure out where that leaves us regular folks. And tonight is all about figuring out that leaves us with a lot to do. The fact that there is so much coming at us. Some of this can be fought in courtrooms and by states, by bureaucracies, but communities of people will have a huge impact, if not the greatest impact, on stopping election sabotage. Because at its core, the threat to elections is just one part of this much bigger modern authoritarian advance. We're up against a big bad authoritarian movement. We need a movement response. You're going to hear us say this 5 more times tonight at least, because this is the thing we really want to sink in. Your work in neighborhoods and on your blocks has already proven that community responses are super effective. So don't let the headlines fool you. This isn't a fight that's going to happen in courtrooms and in places that we can't reach, right? This is something that's going to happen all around us and that we have a lot to do with. Okay, so here it is again. We face an authoritarian movement. Let's start by grounding in what we know as a core truth. American authoritarian movements seek to concentrate power and profit into the hands of a few at the expense of many. When we say American authoritarian movement, we're talking about a constellation of groups and people and institutions that are never oriented toward democracy, peace, or justice. Their core tactics are promoting violence, scapegoating vulnerable people, and aggregating power and influence through coercion and force. I think it's really important to note that the through line is fear. Fear is utilized for storytelling, narrative leverage, calls to action, and justification for surveillance, power grabs, trampling of rights. We see this in some of the dominant storytelling that authoritarian movements use. Their story is that American invaders and their un-American collaborators, that's us, by the way, are trying to steal your country, and that any economic or safety instability you experience can be blamed on these invaders. And if you're willing to give up rights and freedoms to a militarized authoritarian government, then you can be protected from this. I don't think it's a very good story, but they have found some success with it. I think it's also important to note that this movement is uniquely American in that it's rooted in white nationalism. We're not just talking about an authoritarian movement that could advance in any other part of the world. This is America's ugly monster that has been shaped by American white supremacy, and particularly a white nationalist backlash to the success of the civil rights movement. That means that it attacks non-white communities first and hardest, and it weaponizes racial anxieties for political advantage. Okay, so we're up against a movement. We need a movement response. And part of that response really needs to be this acknowledgement. We've talked about this before in our trainings, for those of you who've been with us before, an acknowledgement that democracy isn't working for lots of people. Most especially, it is not working for working people. I think it's really helpful to frame the authoritarian movement into several fronts on which it is advancing. The ones we have displayed here can be considered distinct, but there's also a lot of overlaps. So this slide represents some, not all, of the major fronts on which authoritarianism is advancing, for sure. But they're overlapping in the sense that they share tactics and people and resources. So if we're talking about the effort to erode or restrict citizenship, that's, you know, pursuing remigration, attacks on birthright citizenship, which you all saw narrowly escaped being destroyed. The 14th Amendment narrowly destroyed, being dismantled by the Supreme Court last week. Attacks on birthright citizenship, rhetoric that threatens to denaturalize people. That's all part of this bigger plan to severely restrict citizenship, even to those who've already been granted or been born into US citizenship, right? And we see this in some of the rhetoric from the administration, DHS particularly, that notes that they would like to deport 100 million people. That's, I think, a third or a fourth of the US population. Then, of course, you have Christian nationalism, an effort to destroy separation of church and state. But at its core, it's really an effort to persecute and villainize religious minorities and drive narratives that they are the enemy of the state. What we're talking about today is the effort to undermine free and fair elections, restrict voting rights, access, disinformation about voter fraud, etc. We have the mass deportation agenda, which lots of us are really, really familiar with because it showed up on our doorsteps and in our neighborhoods in the form of ICE agents and Border Patrol. But this is a big effort, we call it sometimes the mass deportation machine, to purge all those that the authoritarian movement deems un-American. And then we have attacks on education. So this may be called parental rights in some corners. It may be look like attacks on libraries or librarians, books, right? A lot of it is leveraging children to move an ideological worldview, handicap the educator class. And then we have corporate authoritarianism, right? Or the oligarchy. So when we think about resisting or protesting data centers, when we think about the billionaires who have aligned themselves with what is a quickly forming authoritarian regime, these are efforts to basically to bulldoze democratic processes or systems that get in the way of billionaires' interests. Okay, so why aren't I naming attacks on immigrants or trans folks or Black Americans or women or religious minorities? Because each of these fronts contain multitudes of big and small attacks on marginalized groups of people, vulnerable people, right? They all scapegoat and target lots of marginalized groups of people. This, like the headlines, can all feel like a lot to take on. And that's the point. They want to try to overload us with so many attacks and horrible things that we cannot effectively respond to any of it. This effect is compounded because while the movement is aligned on the ultimate authoritarian nationalist goal of concentrating power in the hands of a few, there are multiple agendas within that movement. So the example we're going to use today is election sabotage. We're just going to tear off one front. We're just going to tear off one piece of this. And it's not going to feel so hard or so complicated, right? I think it's important to note here too that part of the election, the tax on voting and tax on elections, is that they're going to go after the elections in more covert ways. So they're not going to cancel elections, at least that's not what we're anticipating, right? They need to convince people that they still have some the people still have some agency, right? And they're going to use that to try to tamp down resistance to their election sabotage efforts. It's death by 1,000 cuts. It will look different in every place. Each of you will experience something a little bit different. And there's something for everyone to do about it. Because if they are coming with 1,000 cuts, we are coming with thousands of strong communities with really good responses. All right, let's talk a little bit about why. I'm going to start to pick up the pace a little bit here because I can see Zach is looking at me and he's like, you are talking way too much, Jill. So why do authoritarians target elections? They can't continue to consolidate power unless they subvert or sabotage free and fair elections, right? Democracy is popular, so authoritarians have to delegitimize democracy as a system that works, convincing us that giving up our say in how decisions are made is a small price to pay for safety and prosperity, right? So they need to do it sort of covertly. And this shows up most obviously in elections. Democracy is still a very popular idea in the United States. Authoritarianism is not a very popular idea, right? We know this by studying authoritarian movements around the world. Scholars who study authoritarianism around the world will tell you that authoritarianism has about a 2-year, I think it's about a 2 or 3 year expiration date when people start to really see the impacts of the poor impacts of authoritarianism on their lives. Okay, so we're going to see this. If this is election sabotage, right, we're going to see all these sort of spaces where responses to election sabotage can come from, right? Well, also, this is a two-way street. So election sabotage will affect the courts. It will happen at the federal level. It will happen with both our movement-aligned media and authoritarian-aligned media. It will happen with movement forces. So we're talking about non-state actors, right? Groups, white nationalist groups, maybe militia groups, patriot groups that may take it upon themselves or be given orders to carry out some of the election sabotage, right? We'll see this with local officials, sheriffs, county clerks, election deniers who are sitting in positions of influence within state level or county level election systems. And then of course, state officials, right? Secretaries of state, attorney generals, that sort of thing, governors. We keep saying that we're going to break this down so it's not overwhelming, but we wouldn't be doing our due diligence unless we told you that the scale and severity of the attacks on our electoral processes and our elections themselves are going to be greater this time around, right, in 2026. So it's going to look different. We need more than technocratic responses, right? We need more than lawsuits and state level officials responding to election sabotage. We're going to say this again, and I'm sure Zach's going to actually say this a dozen times because he really likes to say this. We have to meet these threats with movement responses. Tonight, we are drilling down into how these threats will show up in unique ways in your community and how you can devise a unique response. Okay. How is this going to happen? Let's think about how the 1,000 cuts happen, how they will show up. So we put together this threat matrix. It's a way sort of to break down what you might see into a little bit more of a digestible graphic. So we have the time period. We think about this time before Election Day. That's now until, early November, or if, depending on where you are, early voting starts, during and after, right? The after is a really intense period. If you've been paying attention to elections over the last several primaries and presidential and midterm election periods, you're going to understand what that means. And we categorize the threats into sort of three big categories: atmospheric, physical, and technical. Atmospheric can mean disinformation about, stoking fears about non-citizen voting, mailers or signs that, spread false information. And then, of course, there's the really hard thing to get a handle on, which is AI videos or robocalls or viral narratives or videos about false changes in voting rules or violence at the polls. So this could sort of show up in many different ways, the atmospheric threats. And in later trainings, we're going to go through some scenarios with you all so you can spot some of these atmospheric threats. Physical, that means agitators and intimidating voters. Maybe most we're expecting maybe some non-state agitators, right? That means they're not ICE agents or National Guard, but people who are showing up who consider themselves influencers or YouTube sort of MAGA celebrities. They may be Proud Boys or Patriot Front or another group, right? Political violence and protests at vote counting locations could also be part of the physical threats. And then, of course, I think something that lots of us have discussed is the potential for ICE activity or federal enforcement activity near the polls. Okay, technical threats. This is lots of what the headlines are about: passing proof of citizenship requirements, moving, closing polling locations, ballot seizures, or interference with counting. This is by no means an exhaustive list. I'm glad I got that word out. It is really just like a few examples of what we might see in some of these categories. Okay. Like we said, because it's going to take more than lawsuits, policy, official or legislative fixes, we as community members need to build responses. So we're going to get into a little bit more about how to do that in just a few minutes. Zach made me put this slide up because he wants you to know that we face a movement threat. We need a movement response. Okay. You all, many of you have built plans to respond to ICE. You've built networks. You've built communication systems, right? You know how to document to support those responses, right? And we're here tonight asking you to push a little bit further, right? Beyond that rapid response to ICE incursions, right? To build additional organizing goals that take on the threat to elections. We like to use the defend and demand adage or system, right? This tells us that a movement response requires a defense of the current electoral system to block the authoritarian movement from gaining more ground, right? That's a must. We have to stop the authoritarian movement from gaining more ground. But we need more than a technocratic response and more than the return to a prior status quo. We aren't defending to go back to what was. We're going to protect the process of choosing our leaders while avoiding the trap of defending a malfunctioning system, right? Our demand is for a more robust democracy. Okay. The final thing I'm going to say tonight, well, actually, I'm going to come back later and say a couple other things, but not really anything too juicy. So this is the last thing I'm going to say tonight. Do this now. Let's get started now. Let's not wait for a crisis. Let's not wait till some awful, county level or local official is messing with your elections or removing people from the voter rolls, or a sheriff is seizing ballots in your county, right? Let's start our plans now so we're ready with those community responses when they're needed. Okay, that was my bit, y'all. I'm going to turn it over to Zach, who's going to do the harder part of this training, which is to tell you how to build that plan.
Yeah, so I think, what Joe has laid out, right, that's a lot. There's a lot of election threats. There's this big, bad authoritarian movement happening in lots of different ways. And there are lots of different things that are coming at us. And I think it can be really difficult to think about, well, how do I bite off a little bit of my own piece? How do I think about building a movement response in my local community and with my neighbors? I often think about what is little old me going to do about all of this? This seems a lot bigger than myself. If I'm not a lawyer, if I'm not in a position of power, what can me and a handful of my neighbors on my block do to respond, to protect our elections, support our neighbors, and to start to organize to demand a better democracy? So what we want to introduce tonight is really a tool, a tactic, some way to really kind of ground your work to get started, to get moving now, and to get in motion. So we're calling this the midterm action plan. So thinking about how you are thinking about and orienting your group, your community group, your mobilization group, your rapid response group, however you kind of name your formation, and thinking about the election and how are we going to take action together to inform our neighbors to protect our elections and demand something a bit more. So really this kind of neighborhood map, if you will, is trying to think about as a tactic to produce a printed document that details how you and your neighbors can take action around the midterms on issues and threats facing your community and your democracy. So kind of leave any kind of preconceived notions behind, but really thinking about your creativity is the only limit here. And really, this map is a tactic to get you started. It's a tool to organize your neighbors with a clear message, a kind of a guide to election threats and community responses to the ballot box. And while I think it's like a tool that might be simple in nature, it really asks us to answer with a concrete answer to, well, how are we as neighbors going to work together to defend against threats to our elections and work to demand a better system that is not delivering for our community? And this is thinking about the plan, not to solve the whole problem all across the country, but how you and your community can think about protecting your ballot box, your community around the election. And you'll see a QR code here. This is a workbook we put together over several pages that you can work together with your community to answer a series of questions to start to build out this midterm action plan about how you can think about the ways of which that the authoritarian movement is going to show up in your community. Ask a set of questions of your neighbors and think about how are we talking to each other and working together to move forward. Some of these questions might be really simple, really quick answers. Some you might need to do some additional research for. Really, it's if you are really got a big question mark about how do I get involved, right? This is a place to start. If you're already moving and getting forward, hopefully this is still helpful you to get to the next step for you as well. I want to hit to the next slide. So why do we want to think about building a midterm action plan? And I think the most important part is that we're talking about, like, we are sitting here in July and thinking about elections that are 3 months away. And I think if we're talking about how do we actually build a movement response, is that we need to get in motion. We need to be moving. I think about in Minneapolis as a response and a movement around the response to Metro Surge. There were already parents organizing, getting ready to support a teacher strike. And that was already in motion. And because they were already in motion, organizing and talking to one another, they were able to pivot to think about more concretely the work of protecting their neighbors from the violence and chaos of ICE in their cities. And so we really want to think about doing this action plan, mapping this out now to get ourselves in conversation with our neighbors about how we're going to inform and protect one another, and doing that work now to get in motion as crises come, as we see new threats evolve. So we're already in motion, already making those connections with one another to be able to respond more effectively. This is also a tool and a tactic to grow our community defense networks or your formations. Maybe you don't call it a community defense network, maybe you call it a rapid response group, but how are you working with your neighbors to grow? This is not about thinking about how can 5 activists in a dark corner of somebody's basement create some master plan to figure it all out. We need to work together with our neighbors in our communities to build that kind of movement response. And so we need to be able to write down, articulate a plan with a concrete set of actions to identify the threats and how we're going to meet those threats and demand a better democracy. You can hit the next slide here. So we're going to talk a little bit more about this midterm action plan, the neighborhood map. But I want to really stress that this is a tactic, it's a tool, it is a means to get started. But if this is just a way to write something together about what is our community response to the election, and we just stick it on a bulletin board or stuff it in a neighbor's mailbox and then run away, right? It's not actually helping us get to our larger goal. We need to be thinking about the plans that we are building and how we can think about a larger goals that we are setting in our communities, a larger strategy to be able to get the things that our neighbors need, to make sure that we are protecting and supporting one another. Because we're not going to solve all of our problems in November. No matter what the election looks like, what the turnout is, that's not how it's going to happen. We didn't get into this problem overnight. We're not going to get out of this problem overnight. And so we want to think about what is the goal that we are working for. As Jill has mentioned, as we know, many of you have already been responding to in your communities. We've heard folks taking on flock cameras or 287G agreements or detention centers or any number of other issues that are part of goals that you're building. And how are you thinking about your midterm action plan as part of a larger contingency to build that goal? And how are you working backwards, maybe from election day or the day after, think about how your plan works together. To really think about your fight is not just the one looking down at the ground, but is this kind of larger threat to push back against an authoritarian movement. Because I think it's important for us to remember, particularly as the midterms will suck up a bunch of oxygen, that democracy isn't just elections. It's actually the sort of day-to-day organizing of neighbors coming together, taking action together, talking to one another, and working to solve the challenges facing our communities. But I also think it's about all of our other neighbors who don't have the rights and privileges who are able to vote. There are people in our communities that are under the age of 18. There are some who the law has stripped them of the franchise. There are other folks who are non-citizens, and they have a vital role in playing in the participation in democracy and the decision-making process. They're part of our neighbors. They're part of our community. And there are other ways that folks can get involved, work together to solve the problems in our community. We want to kind of think about this midterm map kind of in that context. So I'm going to hit the next slide here. That's kind of the big arc of the plan here. But like, let's get kind of a little bit into the nitty gritty of what we're talking about. So how do we get started in building out a midterm action plan, a neighborhood map? Well, the first thing you're going to do is research. And I know from the guy who's got a bunch of books behind me, right? Like, that's exciting for me. Great, we're going to dive into the research. We're going to read some stuff. That might not be everybody's cup of tea, but I think it is important for us to start there. As Jill mentioned, the authoritarian movements and election sabotage efforts are going to show up in different ways in different communities. We can't sit here in a national call talking about from folks all across the different country and say, here is the very specific thing that is the issue in your community. Nobody is going to be able to figure that out besides the experts on your community, which is you. You live in the community, you know the community. We want to think about how we're starting with there to identify the threats that are happening to your community. What is on the ballot? Who is on the ballot? Are there folks who are captured by the authoritarian movement that would do a lot of harm to our communities that are on a ballot? Is there a ballot measure that would slowly restrict our rights and freedoms to make decisions? We want to be able to do the research, know what's coming down, and to be able to inform some of our neighbors. But that might also just be research about like upcoming voter registration dates, other key dates that we want to make sure that folks who are running around chasing kids, doing neighbors, like finding other ways for folks to participate in the process. So once we've done a little bit of research, we're thinking about what are some upcoming threats. Is there a Secretary of State who is cutting the voting rolls? And that we need to think about that. Is there a prominent YouTuber that is in the area who is likely to spread mis and disinformation about the election? Maybe we know that there is a sheriff's race that is coming up, and that'll have a lot of effect on whether or not they sign or reject a 287G agreement. And we're kind of seeing the pieces and the threats that are coming up in the election. So then we want to decide how we're going to have impact. So we want to figure out what does the community need and what can you do about it. So partly that again means talking to others in the community. Part of that research, part of deciding how you're going to decide impact, is that you're not operating in a vacuum. There are others in the community that are already moving forward. Maybe they're at the state level. Maybe there are other resources that exist. And you want to think about what are the real concerns that are happening in the community. Maybe there's already a set of lawyers who are working on election threats. That's probably the case. But there might not be a set of folks organizing to thinking about different polling locations to monitor their polls, to document around there in case anything would happen during or around election day. And so you say, well, hey, this is my area of impact. This is where we as neighbors can have an area of impact. How are we working and building a plan to organize our neighbors to have that kind of impact? Then we want to build your map. You want to design your map, right? Then you want to think about what is the action plan to do this. Partly what I talk about is having the action plan is a printed document, is that it's not just some theory that lives up in your head. You've got to be able to write the plan down and articulate it to neighbors. And we want to think about how are we building out that plan to communicate to our neighbors as much as possible. Now, this is not necessarily your grandma's voter guide, right? But thinking creatively about how you're communicating with your neighbors about what are the threats from an authoritarian movement, and most importantly, what are the actions that they can take with you together to prevent those threats from happening. Because this is about finding a plan to share and to grow and to defend and demand a better democracy together. So we want to think about how you are designing your map. I think there are, again, go back to your workbook. There's lots of different questions in there. Fill it out in a group of people, pick and choose what's helpful to you. But really, I think there are two buckets that are helpful to start to think about. Because we want to make sure that our neighbors are getting informed. People in our community have the information that they need. That's who and what's on the ballot. That is if there is a local election denier or there are news about people being purged from the voter rolls. You all are attending a lengthy training on a Wednesday night. My assumption is you're probably reading the news and you're probably pretty engaged in seeing the works and seeing the threats. But that doesn't mean that your neighbors in your communities are in the same way. And so if there are other, figuring out what is the information that your neighbors need to know and how are you helping them be able to take informed action together. And again, it's highlighted. I'll say this again. It's in the acronym of MAP. It's about action. It's not just about thinking about, well, let's ruminate in fear about all of the possible things that could happen and just cross our fingers and hope for fancy lawyers and people in positions of power to figure it all out. Democracy is not a spectator sport. We are the ones that need to be getting engaged. And this is thinking about us as neighbors, taking ownership and responsibility for saying, well, this is a threat to our election. What are we going to do about it? How are we going to inform each other about what is happening and to make sure we can demand something better? We want to get creative, right? We want to think about, is there somebody who does comics or illustrations in your group? Is there somebody that's really funny? A way to kind of engage in the process of democracy that may not be the most stale way possible ever of individually voting by yourself. But we also want these maps to reflect your community. It should seem and speak in the language that it would not be out of place in any of the local businesses handing it out to each other, right? Part of this is about it as an invitation to your neighbors, to the rest of your community to get engaged in the process of democracy. Hit the next slide there. So you started to think about, okay, cool. We want to have, I want to do a neighborhood map. I want to have an action plan. I want to orient my neighborhood to the elections. But to do this work, we want to do this work in community. And so we talk about this as a community defense network. This is just a fancy name and a definition we give to a diverse set of lots of different frameworks that is able to think about what is the movement response? What is the kind of place that anybody in our neighborhood can get engaged? It's kind of the network that exists amongst and through different nonprofits, different community organizations. What is the kind of meshed version of our community, and how do we think about doing that work together? We define it as a group of people aligned by place and purpose to expand a community's capacity to support and protect neighbors, build power to demand a more robust democracy, and resist authoritarian movements in its many forms. So this is kind of like a structure we think about because it has really been the beating heart of the neighbor-to-neighbor response across the country to stand up to this authoritarian movement. I think we have seen in recent months the power of these networks forming together to have that kind of community level response rooted in place and purpose. It's also built on a long other history of other movements in our country. It adapts to kind of the current moment. And we really want to think about how you think about these community defense networks as adapting to your community. They're going to look different in different places because our communities are different. There are different assets, there are different challenges, there are different struggles, there are different people that make up our communities. And so the structure should have structure, and there are helpful pieces of structure. Future trainings will kind of dive a little bit more on like some structural aspects of that, but they should be adaptable and reflect your community. And this is really just a way to think about how do we provide structure to solve a complex set of problems together, largely on a lot of volunteer time. And so how do we think about working together to resist election sabotage efforts, to resist authoritarian movements that would divide our communities, that would separate our communities, that would steal the voice of our communities. And so this is the structure we think about how you might move a neighborhood map together. So let's say you're working through your workbook, you're thinking about a map, you've kind of got your community defense group. What might be some initial practical considerations that you want to start to think about to get started? So there's just like a logistics of like, how might we write, design, and print a document together? And I will tell you from lots of different iterations of this, it may seem simple to say like, hey, let's talk about the election together. But you get several neighbors in a room, people are going to have a lot of different opinions. And part of this is starting to work out that together, to do the research, to understand what the threats are and what's the most important. So to start to think about the logistics of actually making that happen. But we also want to think about this as a tactical tool to be a front door. And it is really an invitation for new neighbors just into the organizing work that you're already been doing. And again, it's not just something you stick on a bulletin board. It's something that you're as a conversational starter with other neighbors and community members. And the part of why I keep stressing the action bit here is, one, it's important for us to build a movement, is to take action together. But as Jill started the training, you flip open the news and it says, world's on fire and it's getting hotter every day. And there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of trepidation that's out there. And the way I think that we're able to acknowledge the real threats that are coming to our rights, our freedoms, and our democracy is that we have a plan to take action together. It is the old adage about like stop, drop, and roll, right? Like I'm a little bit less of catching a flame if I've got a plan. Right? It doesn't mean that we're going to mitigate all the harms, but we should think about what is the plan of action that we are going to do to protect our communities together. And that's what really we're starting to encourage you tonight, is that everybody's got a role to play in building out those action plans together uniquely in your own communities. And that is everybody in your community that you're organizing with, right? Not just the folks that have the privilege to access the franchise. Partly, you also want to think about practical considerations about consensus with the group, right? Like this is, maybe you've been meeting, we've heard lots of conversations about the difficulty of working with other people, other neighbors, other different groups. And partly, we want to start now, we want to get started right now to start to figure out how we are working through some of those difficulties together. How are we thinking about what are the most critical threats? What is the impact that we can have? And what is maybe somebody else taking a different part of this? You hit the next slide there, Jill. So we're going to talk a lot more about this in part 2 of the training that is next week. So it's a little bit of teaser. I'll talk a little bit more about this. But as I said before, your community action plan, your neighborhood action plan, needs to be situated with an organizing strategy and a narrative strategy. It means you need to be thinking about what is the plan to get your map in neighbors' hands. How are you inviting them into into your organizing efforts? How are you building out potential partnerships? How are you thinking about building out your community, organizing together, building that network? And how are you also thinking about how are you telling your story? What is happening in your community? What is the sort of documentation that you're gathering about the threats to the election that you can intake? Who is telling that story? And what is the arc of that story that's happening? And how are we talking about in our communities, in different spaces, about how that there is a real threat to our rights and freedoms in our democracy, and how we are coming together neighbor to neighbor to be able to build the thing to resist that parts of division and authoritarianism and demand a democracy that's actually working for working people. We want to think about those larger strategies together with this map as well. Hit the next slide. So 3 last little things, and then we're gonna wrap for the evening here with a few more bits. But as Jill outlined, authoritarian movements are already advancing quickly and quietly. Maybe not so quietly if you're paying attention, but they're doing this in loud ways, they're doing it in quiet ways, they're doing it in lots of different ways to advance, to undermine and erode our rights and freedoms every single day. And so proactive organizing, getting started, is essential. We can't wait for a big, flashy crisis that's going to be blasted over the front page of the news. We've got to organize now. So, other thing here is that no 2 of these midterm action plans are going to be exactly the same. It should be unique. It should match the vibe of your neighborhood. As you create these, as you decide about how your orientation, what's the plan that you're going to move with your neighbors, send it our way. We'd love to see these different examples. We want to be able to share some of these examples. We just are really curious about the kind of creativity that we have already seen from these neighbor-to-neighbor organizing works, and we're really excited about the creativity that's possible from you all about how to think about identifying threats and taking action to prevent them. And again, now is the time to start. You're not going to be perfect, right? I think that's the key here, right? We're going to make mistakes, and that's okay. But what you can do, what you can invite others to do, what you can join, what we're going to continue to offer is a series of these other continual parts to dive a little bit deeper. We just want to kind of introduce the idea of these neighborhood maps and the kind of the strategies. Next week in part 2, we're going to dive a lot deeper into how you might think about particular sets of threats and that matrix that Jill went over. How might you start to adapt that to your own community? Are we seeing an atmospheric threat? How might we respond? Can we have impact around physical intimidation? So how might we think about responding? Or are we orienting ourselves to more of a technical response because we live in a difficult community, and mostly what our role and impact is informing our neighbors of all of the different changes to make sure they have access to the ballot box to the best of our ability. So we're going to dive a little bit more in that, thinking about strategies and also building out how we think about some of that narrative strategy as well. So there's a link in the QR code there to our Substack to sign up for other trainings. And then we're going to continue to offer these throughout the summer as well. So if next Wednesday you're going to be able to miss, don't worry. There's going to be some more opportunities. But it's also an opportunity to invite a friend to say, hey, I might not be able to make it, or hey, let's go together and watch this together, to start to do that work and learn the lessons as a team, as a neighborhood. And then I think it's
okay.
Back to you, Jill.
Yeah, we're gonna get to Q&A in a minute. We have learned our lesson from some of our previous trainings, which sometimes stretch to 90 minutes. Yeah, I know. So we broke this into 3 parts, right? But each training is probably about an hour, maybe a little more, but probably about an hour, just to keep it manageable for everybody. Just want to shout out some folks from Cincinnati, some folks from Wisconsin, some of our friends in Washington State who are here, who've already started their planning, have put some great things in the chat to us that hopefully we'll be able to share next week as some examples of how people are responding around the country or starting to build out their plans. So we have nothing to sell. Unfortunately, we are not even good enough capitalists to have something to sell. All we have to sell is essentially a pitiful request for donations whenever we do these trainings. So here it is. We are a small crew of people. We have, as we like to say, several 100 million more people to train. We're only at about 50,000 people so far in the last 10 months. But you guys have upped our numbers a little bit. The numbers are less important than the impact. And the impact lives with all of you. So if you have a few nickels in your piggy bank and you like the training and you think it's valuable and you'd like to throw a few nickels our way, we will not turn down any donations. But the real gift for us is your time and engagement. So remember that. Okay. All right. Let's see here. We're going to do some questions. I was starting to get too active in the chat. I wasn't advancing the slides fast enough. Sorry, Zach. And our wonderful staff on the back end was like, Jill, stop. So I haven't looked at the questions. Zach, have you looked at some questions here? I think we have some juicy ones.
No, I'm trying to get caught up on the chat. So there is one here thinking about what are some strategies that you can really think about for integrating some local coalitional work. So there's people that are already doing stuff, and then there's some like neighborhood groups that are meeting. How might you think about, Jill, like working with folks that are already kind of moving along, maybe have an organization, and some of the neighborhood groups to think about how you might orient to the election?
Well, I will say that I think you don't have to like merge into one big group. What I think is really valuable is to have some layers. So if you have other groups that are working in like some respect, just keep some open dialogue going. Make sure there's some coordination, however loose it is. I think we are in an era, okay, this might be deeply unpopular with some people. I think we're in an era where we don't have to stay in our lanes. We should not be too sensitive about stepping on other people's toes. I do think, yes, someone is asking for a 50C3 for a donation. Yes, we are. We are 50C3. 3C, C3. So even though we're talking about elections, we don't do any C4 work. That's our little disclaimer. So you won't hear us talking about any candidates at all on these trainings. So yeah, I'm in a situation where like, and lots of other people are, you know, especially if you're in like a dense urban area or if there's a lot of sort of advocacy capacity in your area. Lots of places don't have a lot of organizing capacity or paid organizers. Some places have an abundance. If you're in a place where you have an abundance, be extra careful about communicating what you're doing, right? But I also think don't wait for other people to either like come on board, right? Or necessarily expect institutions to move faster or more assertively than some of your community formations. What we have found is that the community formations that are largely made up of volunteers and people who aren't being paid are able to move a lot faster. So keep that in mind. Did that sort of answer the question?
Yeah, and I think, you know, there might be something that different folks can do in different ways. And Jill mentioned how Stack is a 501c3. There are certain things that nonprofits can and can't do. And then there are certain things that a group of neighbors, there's very limited limitations on what you and exercising your First Amendment right as a group of neighbors that don't have an official nonprofit are able to say and do in your communities. And there are ways of which that, like, thinking about your impact, thinking about your role, thinking about what you're able to do in your communities. There might not be folks who are thinking about researching some of the other non-state election deniers in your area. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. There are lots of different ways in which that this is showing up. I think there's different opportunities to work with other groups to see what's where there might be a place for you to fit in, kind of do some overlap as well. There's some other questions here, Jill, just about like some differences about how you might think about different size communities, about the ways in which that you might orient yourself if you are in a big city versus more like a rural community. Like, how might you think about orienting to the election, thinking about the election threats and kind of like different spaces and places?
I actually think the bigger cities can be a little bit harder to figure out what your role is and what your plan is potentially. There's obviously, in denser places, there's more voters to educate and engage. However, you may have a lot more infrastructure to respond to election threats, and you have a bigger media landscape. So it can be just a little more complex, I think, in cities or, with more population density. That said, I think you can, so if you're in a city and you're working in a neighborhood level, think about sort of laddering up and out, right? So you may not have very severe election interference or sabotage that affects your specific neighborhood, because your neighborhood may be like one tiny little chunk of a county. Or, the boundaries of election sabotage may feel a little vague for your neighborhood in a city. So definitely coordinate with other community defense networks around you, and see if you can get connected to some of the, I would say, more official election protection infrastructure for your county or your state or your section of the state. Not necessarily to coordinate all your activities, but so that you can hear about what research they have. They may have specific research that you could utilize for your map, and you may find some alignment, right, in terms of when a state level response is moving to some sort of election sabotage, how the community can show up in a really robust way. Okay, on the rural front, I actually think this work to protect elections is going to be critical in rural areas, in part because lots of election sabotage is going to go sort of unchallenged in counties that are not as densely populated. It doesn't mean it's not going to work. This is where the 1,000 cuts happens, right? Suburbs, rural areas, small towns, counties where people are spread out a little bit, right? This, and you probably won't have as much organizing support to, paid organizers to lean on potentially for capacity. So thinking about your rural area as actually really, really key in this fight, even if you feel like maybe you have an election denier, maybe you have someone, I'm thinking about a certain county in a certain state recently where the county clerk was just removing people from the voter rolls. Totally illegal to do that, right? The state, it was reported to the Board of Elections, and there, then there was a response to stop the activity and also remove this person's access to the voter rolls. But in those kinds of instances, a community response to that kind of interference is going to make the difference between that being a national story or a regional story or a statewide story versus a no story, right? You want it to be a story that the community members in these places, regardless, it doesn't matter how small that county is, were absolutely outraged that an elected official or any official would be interfering and meddling with the elections. Okay. Did that answer the question? I don't know.
I think so.
I always get to the end of the answers and I'm like, did I actually answer the question?
I know it's hard when we can't see folks' faces and there's no reaction there, and you get my dead face looking and reading all the questions. But I think we've got most of the questions for tonight. I think there is a few remaining questions, but I think those are best actually answered in the context of the next training, as folks are kind of trying to figure out. And I think this is really good about like, what is the next steps? Like, how do I get involved? Like, how do I actually like do the damn thing? We're going to spend a little bit more time next week kind of talking about strategies, talking about narrative strategies, organizing strategies, and how are you thinking about orienting your neighborhood map, your work to the elections and defending these different and varied threats.
I just want to note there was a question about security. It comes up a lot. So security for groups that are taking up election protection work. I think we actually have a little one-pager cheat sheet that might be helpful. So I'm going to see if we can add that to the email. It's going to go out with a slide deck. I think I forgot to tell you this earlier. We are sending out the slide deck to everyone. So links and the QR codes are all going to be available to you via email after the training. And we'll put in a little attachment to our security document. Okay, I'm putting up the midterm action plan one more time. We hope to see you next week. Again, hundreds of people are here, so it would be great to see all of you come back. And we will dive deeper into putting together our plans and looking through specific scenarios. We're really, really happy that you're here. We're in this together. Take good care of yourselves. We'll see you next week. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Don't worry, States at the Core. You'll see us next week. We'll be there next week. It's going to be great. So, guys, that was a look inside a live leftist organizing call. They are very worried about election integrity, as you can see. They really are, like, don't misunderstand. They are actually afraid that Trump is going to try to do something to sabotage the midterms. Now, we all know Trump isn't fucking smart enough for that, but that's what they believe. And so they are taking action based on what they believe. And they're already putting together these plans to help people do so-called community defense. And really what they're doing is listen, I don't think the Republicans have done an excellent job of doing things to safeguard elections since they get off on screaming election fraud at this point. So what have Republicans actually really done? But let's just say, for argument's sake, in rare cases where Republicans have actually done something to protect elections, now you have the left coming along, and the left is proactively putting together these in-depth plans at a community level to push back on every single thing the Republicans are even thinking about attempting. This is how proactive the left is. This is why we listen to their calls. This is why I have to beg people to take them seriously, because making fun of them is not going to prevent them from doing what is required for them to win and for you to lose. The left is extremely proactive. Now, someone said in the chat earlier, and I marked it because I wanted to make sure to speak to it. Phoenix says, we can do the same thing. Google conservative community activism groups. We can organize just like these people are. Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. However, in my experience, and I certainly hope to be proven wrong, in my experience, conservatives are too lazy to actually do this. And they think that because the left organizes, that organizing is bad. and they don't want to be like the left is, and they believe that if they actually just do a monkey see, monkey do, and copy what the left is doing for their own side, which would actually be a very advised thing for them to do if they were smart, but they're not smart, and they think if they do that, that's going to make them leftists, and so they refuse. That's my experience. Maybe someday conservatives and magatards will remove their head from their collective fucking ass and actually do something proactive against the left. I would love for that to be true, genuinely and sincerely. And there would be no one, for as much as I shit on conservatives, there would be no one cheering as loud as me if conservatives actually did something productive for once in their lives. However, I've now been around this space for 6 years. I've seen how these people behave. I just don't think that's going to happen. But maybe someday, somewhere, conservatives will literally just look at what the left is doing, say, huh, they're very highly successful doing what they're doing. What if we literally just took what they're doing and do it for our side? Because our ideas are better in theory. So if you literally just do what the left is doing, in theory, you are going to win. But right now, the left is doing something, and they may execute it imperfectly at times, but they're still doing something, and they're doing it every single day. Conservatives are doing nothing but whining and complaining on Twitter, trying to win with memes and by owning the libs and by insulting people. That is the extent of conservative organizing. It's making fun of the left, calling them paid protesters, saying they're narcissists, saying that's stupid, trying to debunk them and honestly believing that debunking them is going to win the argument, trying to destroy them by just insulting them and then saying, ha ha ha, this person destroyed this leftist. And it's just like, if you think that is the same thing and has the same efficacy of what the left is doing, I just don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. We are in a position right now where the left is winning because the right is behaving like unhinged, retarded kindergarteners who have had too much sugar at snack time and are now running around screaming like deranged fucking lunatics. That is our side. There is no opposition to the left. There is zero opposition to what the left is doing because conservatives are fucking retarded and they say stupid shit like, excuse me, I think that insults are going to defeat the left. Are you smart enough to be here, sir? Are you smart enough to be here? We have an IQ requirement here. You're not demonstrating you meet the IQ requirement so far. So that is why we watch leftist organizing calls, because they are not stupid. They are not paid protesters. I made more money on this stream than states at the core made on their training call. Let's be very clear about this. You want to call them paid protesters? I made more money today in the course of infiltrating their call for an hour. I made more money today than they made. And you want to say they're paid fucking protesters? You want to know why I made more money? Because during their stream, Anthony sent in a channel membership. Cynthia sent in 5 channel memberships. Cynthia sent in another 5 channel memberships. We got Bunny here with the $20 super chat. We got old Sub pulling out his dick and showing it to everyone with the additional 20 subs on the channel. We got William upgrading his membership to silver, and we just got Jenny sending in another 5 channel memberships. W's to everyone who supported during the stream. You want to say they're paid protesters? I literally just made more money than they did on during their own fucking call. You want to say they're stupid? You want to say they're mentally ill? Stupid and mentally ill people do not behave the way they behave? Can you hinge into reality and get rid of your inclination to own the fucking libs as though that has ever won you anything? And you want to call me a secret leftist and secret Antifa because I knew how to shut the fuck up and actually listen to what they were doing, and I know more about them and their organizing strategy than literally anyone you can find on the internet, because literally for years I shut the fuck up and listened to them for hours. I have listened to over 5,000 fucking hours of these people organizing. Anyone who says they're paid protesters, anyone who says they're mentally ill, anyone who says they're all narcissists, anyone who says they're crazy, anyone who says they don't know what they're doing, anyone who says they don't have jobs, anyone who makes any fucking excuse to deflect from the fact that these people are highly organized, they're highly strategic, they are constantly organizing. And even when they do it imperfectly, they do it more consistently than any group on the right does any fucking thing. And conservative media and influencers and pundits and commentators continue to lie about this. That is why the left is winning and the right is losing. That is why the left is always 10 steps ahead of anything that happens on the right. That is why if you have kids, they will probably grow up in a Marxist country, or at least be adults when the country has their revolution. And I'm not joking about that. These people are winning massively, and they are trying to provoke an actual revolution to overthrow the government in the country. And I can literally have them on video saying it, as I did yesterday when I posted the clip of them saying they want to abolish the Constitution. Here's what we're going to replace it with. We want to abolish the government. Here's what we're going to replace it with. I literally posted this video fucking yesterday. It has over 250,000 views on Twitter right now. I don't know why it has over 200,000 views on fucking Facebook and Instagram. I don't know why people on YouTube don't seem to care about it, but that video is on the account from yesterday. And conservatives still won't take this fucking seriously. Thank you, old sub. I very much appreciate all your support. All right. Now that I've got that rant out of my system, do you guys want to go back and watch the rest of that interview with that Antifa guy? Should we do that? Let me change my sound settings real quick. I like my other sound settings better, to be honest. It's better for me. Oh, I can barely hear myself when I have those other sound settings. It's just like, I feel like I'm screaming and I can barely hear myself. Okay, I want to go back and finish watching this interview. Yo, Ithaca over on Rumble says you have a few books on Amazon. Which is the best one about today's far left campaign? I am currently writing the book that is going to be the best one. That does not exist yet. I would recommend, if you are new to my channel and you are looking for like the best crash course to get started, there will be a book soon. I promise there will be a book soon. But right now, what I want you to do is I want you to go to my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. Click new to my work, start here. And then I want you to scroll down until you get to re-education, an anti-communist introduction to the far left. That is going to be the current best crash course. It's about 90 minutes long. It walks you through over a dozen clips from real far left training so you can hear for themselves. I do a breakdown of the language. It is a necessary deep dive if you want to really get into my work. Then you can watch the 4-hour How to Speak Socialist Masterclass, where I go into much greater depth, show you more clips, stuff like that. And if you want an introduction to queer Marxism, there it is. You can watch that. This is my little specialty area within the far left, is all the queer shit, which is even crazier than you think if you're new here, I promise you. So I would definitely start out in that order by watching those videos. I am working on finishing the book. Pinky swear, trust me, bro. I promise you're going to get a book soon. There's going to be a dictionary. I know people have been bugging me to write that for a while. I have it in various states of done. There's like, you guys don't even know. You don't even know. This is my struggle, okay? This is my struggle to download all the information I have in my head to you guys, but I am working hard on it. There's going to be more coming soon. And your support makes that all happen. So I really do appreciate it. Please take advantage. This is all free content that's over on my Substack. You don't have to pay for it. You can share it with whoever you want. And that is really right now the best place to start. So let's go back to this interview. And can I tell you guys a secret? I need to fucking pee. Okay, I need to pee. So I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna pee, and I'll be right back. But I'm gonna play this so you guys can let me know if I miss anything.
Sometimes those ICE vehicles would have people following them. The resistance here got so thick on the ground that multiple times I've heard people tell stories of ICE agents showing up in the Powderhorn neighborhood and being just visibly shaken and nervous to even be in that neighborhood. One of my co-defendants was taken from a home in that neighborhood, and as he was being taken, the agents were urging each other, we have to go, we have to go, we have to get the fuck out of Powderhorn. And I'm so proud of my community for that.
Yeah, I can imagine. One of the pieces of the puzzle of what y'all did in order to create this extremely robust resistance to ICE is signal chats. As we understand that there was like this whole network of signal chats, and just for clarification for anybody listening who's not familiar, I'm not talking about like signal chats between like a few radicals, right? Like everybody kind of that's like standard. But there in Twin Cities, there was this whole network of signal chats that were coordinating kind of like neighborhoods, little local areas that just had a bunch of average people in them that were all coordinating together within their neighborhoods. And they each had a bunch of signal chats just for their little local part of the city that they were in. And I wonder, because, I talked with somebody when I went to visit Woodbine, I talked with somebody who kind of discussed how that all played out. But I think it might be of interest to people who are listening here. Like, how did that happen in a practical sense? Like, how did all those signal chats actually get created such that because there were lots, like as I understand, there were like hundreds of these signal chats, if not more. Yeah. How did those like practically get created? Are you familiar with the
good
answer
question?
To that?
Yeah, well, see, that's one of the difficult things about trying to like have a narrative of how the resistance in Minneapolis came together is because it was so polycentric and so grassroots. A lot of the time, if you ask someone on
Are you telling me that they're not paid protesters, guys? I thought all these people were funded by Soros and Neville Roy Singham of the CCP. Are you telling me that in Antifa's own conversations on their own podcast, they're saying, no, this really was grassroots. This wasn't some, thing that came down from on high. It's the grassroots network that's been organizing there for years and years and years, and they sprang into action, and they were just better put together than some of the other places. That's how it happened. Again, sir?
Created. Are you familiar with the answer to that?
Yeah, well, see, that's one of the difficult things about trying to like have a narrative of how the resistance in Minneapolis came together is because it was so polycentric and so grassroots. A lot of the time, if you ask someone on one block how their block got organized and someone on another block, you might get two totally different stories, even though they converged at the same point. I think a lot of those hyper-local groups came from just sort of the mitosis of the larger groups. So you have like the South Minneapolis chat. Well, then it's more and more people get involved, and there's a limit to how many people you can have. And you also notice you're not getting to the abduction site in time. So then people will create like a Powderhorn chat, or they'll create a Seward chat, or they'll create a Longfellow chat. And then it might even get as granular as like, the 3,500 to 400 block of like, this set of streets in East Powderhorn or something like that. And that'll be its own hyper local loop. But a lot of it really was coming down to just allowing people to self-organize and having trust in them that they would. I don't think, if you had the most well-funded, well-organized vanguard in the world trying to organize what resistance in Minneapolis was like at that time, you couldn't do it, because it was stuff like people who own a tow truck shop just deciding to send their drivers out and have them tow people's cars for free back to whatever home that car, had been driving from.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. What you saw is something that was clipped out of context where they were making fun of conservatives. They were making a funny. They were making fun of you. Every single time the left talks about being paid protesters, they are making fun of you. They think it's hilarious because then conservative influencer retards take it out of context and say, look, they're admitting they're paid protesters. So no, you have never, ever, 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 ever seen Antifa in a serious tone say, yeah, we're paid protesters. That has literally never happened. So if you want to be mad at me, you can do that. But instead, I would suggest you be mad at the conservative retards who lied to you and misinformed you, because it is their fault that you think that. It is your own media's fault that you believe that, when that is not true.
When that person was taken, or you had a team of carpenters who just went around fixing people's doors after ICE kicked them in. And just letting people bring whatever they had to the table and find a way to plug in rather than trying to command them. I think there was a very practical sort of anarchy to how we resisted this winter.
So what became of all of those signal chats that were organized?
Good question.
Most of the hyper-local neighborhood chats have disbanded. A lot of people have demobilized. And, you know, I mean, that's to be expected. It was a very intense couple months. A lot of people turned their whole lives upside down. You just can't keep up that pace of mass resistance consistently. There are definitely still people who are actively monitoring ICE locally and responding to calls, but it's not that same mass.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be real blunt with you. I don't fucking believe you. I don't fucking believe you. Do you want to know why I don't fucking believe you? Because I've gone undercover more with Antifa more than literally anyone in the country. I have been in the room with them in their private meetings and their private trainings and their private conversations, multiple groups at multiple events all over the country for years. I have watched over 5,000 hours of these people in their own meetings and in their own calls. I think that you are confused about where you claim you heard that, because every single time someone comes into my chat and they say something like this, I promise you, first of all, if they were saying shit like this, we would be more likely to see it than you would. The people in this community would be more likely to see it than you would. One in the chat, some people in this community have been watching with me for 6 fucking years. One in the chat, if you have ever heard Antifa seriously say that they were paid protesters. 2 in the chat, if that is not real. And every single fucking time some conservative who has been brainwashed by their own fucking media comes along and says, no, guys, I promise, I really saw this, it turns out to be bullshit every single fucking time. So no, Phoenix girl, I do not believe you. And if I am wrong, go get the fucking receipts and disprove it. I don't want to do that. I don't know where I saw the live stream. I just remember that I heard it. So you have no proof. You can't back up your claim. You won't even attempt to go and find it to prove the point that you're trying to brainwash people with in my fucking chat. But we are supposed to take your word for it. Pinky swear, trust us, bro. I swear I heard it somewhere, but I don't really remember where. But I know I heard it somewhere, but I can't go back and find it. But I know I heard it somewhere. I don't give a fuck what you have to say. If you have video, show the fucking video. And if you're not going to do that, shut the fuck up.
Character as it was before. However, you know, like that it was a mass movement means that a lot of those people now have experience, they have relationships. So right now, the city isn't as organized as it was this winter. If the feds want us to remain that way, maybe they can back the fuck off.
Antifa literally has tutorials on how to make shields and protective devices out of household fucking products like trash cans. You want us to believe that those are Soros-funded shields made out of a fucking trash can? Can we get real for 1 second?
So I know that, for example, in the Prairieland case, that numerous of the people that were arrested flipped in pretty short order, might I add. So I'm kind of curious, is there any indication that there's anybody who's
Nope, this isn't true either. This is not true either. The paid protester thing is a fucking myth that has been perpetuated by conservative retard propagandists. It is not true. They are not paid protesters. There is no instance, zero fucking instances, where you see a large mass rally in which they are paid protesters. That is a conservative retard narrative. So no, it is not possible that she was listening to someone else and they just weren't Antifa, but they were a real paid protester, because real paid protesters totally exist. They have to. We've been told that by conservative media over and over and over again for decades. They have to exist. They have to. They just have to. I have to make up some excuse because they have to exist. They don't fucking exist. That is what you're saying. That is explicitly what you're saying. They're not the paid protesters, but these people over here are the paid protesters. No. They don't do that. They don't do that. The only time these people say they're paid protesters is when they're making fun of you. That's it. Every single time. Yeah, we're paid protesters. I'm waiting for that Soros check. They are making fun of you. That's it. They don't lie to each other. They never talk about this with each other, except to joke, oh yeah, conservatives think we're paid protesters. Oh, aren't they fucking stupid? So, okay, I have told you no now 5 or 6 times. So now I'm putting you in a timeout. If you continue to whine and complain, you're going to be banned.
Operating with the prosecution in these indictments.
You don't want to hinge into reality because you are more committed to the bullshit conservative narrative than you are to the truth, then just get the fuck out and leave now. Honestly and truly. I have enough people in my community who are committed to understanding what the truth is, no matter what their favorite fucking influencer says, no matter how they fucking feel about it. And if you are not one of those people and you want to whine and complain every single time you're told no, and you want to say, but Glenn Beck promised me, get the fuck out. This is not the place for you.
None whatsoever. I have rock solid faith in my co-defendants. All of us are committed to making sure that everyone has the support they need to face down these federal charges without being intimidated. I'm very blessed to live in a community where care is a very big part of our politics.
Yeah. So I need some anti-magatard meds. I need some anti-magatard meds too. You know what that's called, Malcolm? That's called weed. Weed is the anti-magatard medicine. Weed makes it all better. It's like the magatards. The magatards can whine as much as they want. They can lie as much as they want. They can complain as much as they want. But as long as I have weed, it's going to be okay.
And taking care of one another.
I'm just kidding. I would never get high on the internet. That would never happen. Everyone forget I just said. Obviously, my work is a work of satire. Any resemblance to real life is purely coincidental. This is fucking satire, okay? It's satire and exaggeration for comedic effect.
And we know
I would never get high on the internet. That would never fucking happen.
That the feds will use any vulnerability that people have, any other charges, any addictions or traumas, anything they can. Any family members who they can, lean on and try to intimidate, to try to force people to cooperate. I think that, my co-defendants are very brave people. And I think that more than that, we have a lot of people who support us who are committed to making sure that no matter what we're going through, that we will not be intimidated or bribed or tricked into flipping. I think that that's a really important thing for people facing cases like this, is just being willing to have like radical honesty and radical vulnerability with your support committee so that they know
we have
what you're
that's what we have on this channel. That's what we have on this channel. We have radical fucking honesty about what is going on, no matter whose feelings get hurt, no matter how much you don't want to fucking hear it, no matter how much you are committed to the bullshit that's been fed to you by your own fucking media. We have radical fucking honesty about what is going on. I didn't know that was such a revolutionary concept, but apparently here we are.
going through so that they can help you, because it's going to be a really long, hard fight. But I am very confident in the camaraderie and the fraternity of the people who I'm facing this with. I wouldn't want to face it with any other group of people.
I'm really glad to hear that. It's very, very heartening to hear, because it was very discouraging to hear about the people in the Prairie Land case flipping. I think that was a big blow to a lot of people's feeling that we're going to win. That got a lot of people pretty down.
I was going to say, I think that's something that people do need to understand if you ever find yourself in a situation like this, that there's going to be a lot of very intense pressure on you to make a plea deal. But if you make a plea deal and you say that you're guilty, that will be used against your co-defendants. And, people who flip and turn state's evidence, oftentimes you think it's going to get you a better deal with the state. It doesn't necessarily. You might be facing barely less time than the next person who didn't cooperate.
This is what they're telling each other about becoming a rat. This is what is going on. These are the discussions that I promise you guys. I know that they're not supposed to talk to each other, but I promise you they are communicating. They're all in the same fucking community. They all have the same fucking friends. Of course they're fucking communicating with each other indirectly, if not even directly. So it's like I want people to understand what he's saying right now. These are the conversations they're having among all of the people directly involved in this situation in Minneapolis right now. So listen to what he's saying about people who take a plea deal, people who rat or whatever.
I was going to say, I think that's something that people do need to understand if you ever find yourself in a situation like this, that there's going to be a lot of very intense pressure on you to make a plea deal. But if you make a plea deal and you say that you're guilty, that will be used against your co-defendants. And, people who flip and turn state's evidence, oftentimes you think it's going to get you a better deal with the state. It doesn't necessarily. You might be facing barely less time than the next person who didn't cooperate, but you'll be doing it without the support and solidarity of the people who would otherwise be in support of you. And you'll be doing it with the crushing emotional and mental weight of having betrayed your friends. And I don't think I could live with that weight in my heart. And I think the people that I'm facing with this have enough love in their heart. There's just no room for them to do something like that.
See, that is what they're saying, guys. And remember, community care, being in solidarity with your comrades, caring for other people in the community, that is one of their core central values. This is how they define themselves as collectivists. By people engaging in community care, you're in solidarity with your other comrades. That is what we're talking about here. One of the reasons it is so dangerous for right-wing people to lie about the left is it makes people believe that the left have no true values. They don't know what they believe. They have nothing that they stand for other than getting a paycheck from George Soros. That is fundamentally not true. The left has very deeply held beliefs that dictate every part of how they engage with the world. And community care is at the core of what they do. So when that person who is one of the 15 Antifa people charged in Minneapolis, that's who we're watching right now, is saying it would be a deep betrayal for anyone to do this to other people in the community. That is conversations that align completely with their community care values. Those are their values. That is the core of why they are communists. Why are they engaging in anti-ICE organizing? Because of community care. Why do they raise money via mutual aid? Because of community care. They are trying to build a world in which everyone gives of what they have to everyone else. That is the central part of what communism is. The redistribution of resources from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. No one gets to hoard wealth so that some people have and some people have not. All the resources available to everyone. This is the core of what they believe. So if you're telling me that these people are going to take a plea deal and rat on each other, I don't think that's going to happen. Do you want to know why? Because about 95% of the time, when Antifa is arrested for something, even if they go to trial, they get off. Now, it can be easy to forget that right now because those people in Texas, the Prairie Land people, just got convicted of terrorism and sent to jail for hundreds of years, and that's fucking awesome. But make no mistake, guys, make no mistake. I've heard them talk about this in meetings. I've literally got them on video talking about this. They believe that 95% of the time, they're going to get off because 95% of the time they do. That's just reality. And so you've got these people in Minnesota who are real Antifa. They are part of real Antifa groups. Trump hasn't used the executive order against Antifa against them for God knows what fucking reason, but these are really part of Antifa. These are their core values. This is what they're acting out in the world. So no, I don't believe that they're going to take pleas. I just don't. Because these are not progressives that got arrested. If it was a progressive, I might believe that they would take the plea because for a progressive who has completely different values than Antifa, it makes more sense for the progressive to take the plea because they're much more inclined to cover their ass than Antifa is. If Antifa, this is why they didn't get anyone to plead in that Prairie Land thing. I promise you. This is why there was did anyone plead in that case? I don't think anyone did. There were zero plea deals with the terrorism charges in Texas. And I think we're going to see exactly the same thing here because they're telling us these are our core values and this is what we believe, and they are going to act in accordance with those values.
So with that in mind, for everybody listening, how can we help support all of you who
let's
are swept up
let's just listen to that one more time. I want you to hear him talking about this. I want you to watch him when he's talking about the deep betrayal, that this is about caring for the community. Now that I've explained this to you, if you didn't know it before, listen to what he actually says.
That was a big blow to a lot of people's feeling that we're going to win. That got a lot of people pretty down.
I was going to say, I think that's something that people do need to understand if you ever find yourself in a situation like this, that there's going to be a lot of very intense pressure on you to make a plea deal. But if you make a plea deal and you say that you're guilty, that will be used against your co-defendants. And,
if you say you're guilty, that's going to hurt the community. It's your responsibility to not hurt the community, to protect the community. We keep us safe.
People who flip and turn state's evidence, oftentimes you think it's going to get you a better deal with the state. It doesn't necessarily. You might be facing barely less time than the next person who didn't cooperate, but you'll be doing it without the support and solidarity of the people who would otherwise be in support of you. And you'll be doing it with the crushing emotional and mental weight of having betrayed your friends. And I don't think I could live with that weight in my...
The crushing weight of betraying your friends, of betraying your comrades. And I don't think I could live with that weight of betraying my community, turning my back on the community, being out of solidarity.
Solidarity of the people who would otherwise...
Even said solidarity.
Barely less time than the next person who didn't cooperate, but you'll be doing it without the support and solidarity of the people who would otherwise be in support of you. And you'll be doing it with the crushing emotional and mental weight of having betrayed your friends. And I don't think I could live with that weight in my heart. And I I think the people that I'm facing with this have enough love in their heart. There's just no room for them to do something like that.
So with that in mind,
he is quite literally saying he would rather be dead than betray the comrades. That is what we're talking about. Guys, and again, like I really want to make sure people understand this. We once took a 3-part class on what it means to be a comrade, and the whole process for removing someone as a comrade, because there is actually a socialist process for removing someone's comradeship. If someone does a grievous offense to the community, they have a whole course of action where they will remove your status as a comrade, and then you are out of solidarity with the community. And you have to understand, for them it is a serious thing. You might say that's stupid, cringe, like whatever. Yeah, okay, maybe. But for them that is real. They would rather be dead than not be a comrade in solidarity.
Everybody listening, how can we help support all of you who are swept up in this indictment?
Well, we have a support fund on chuffed.org or chuffed.org. I can send you.
Yeah. They have a legal defense fund that conservative media refuses to cover on chuffed on duff whatever. And in the Antifa legal defense fund that conservative media refuses to cover, they have already raised $358,000 from over 3,500 individual donors with an average donation of $100. Antifa is literally crowdfunding $350,000 to defend Antifa in Minneapolis, and conservative media will not report on this because it disrupts their narrative of how Antifa is funded by George Soros and Neville Roy Singham of the CCP. If this is the first you've heard of this, I've been screaming about this since hours after this launched. I am the only one who has covered this that I know of. I haven't seen any mention of this on any conservative media. Why are they not informing their audience and saying, hey guys, can we maybe get the Antifa fundraiser taken down? Can we maybe federal government subpoena them and figure out who is donating? Who are the 3,500 people who are donating to the Antifa crowdsourced fundraising program for which they've already raised over $350,000? Why isn't conservative media covering this? Because it disproves the narrative. And the narrative is what matters above all to conservatives and their influencers and their journalists and the people that they trust to inform them. And that is why you really only know about this on my channel. I'm the only one that's covered it. That's not a leftist. This is all over leftist social media, by the way. How I found out about this is it was all over leftist social media for like a whole fucking day when it first launched. So it's not as though the left isn't shouting about this. It's not as though anyone who tracks any of their public social media accounts didn't see this. I promise you they did. They are just refusing to report on it. So you're welcome.
Help support all of you who are swept up in this indictment.
Well, we have a support fund on chuffed.org or chuffed.org. I can send you a link to that. Although our legal representation so far is pro bono, this is going to be a very long case. And
they don't even have to pay for their lawyers, probably because the lawyers are other members of Antifa. I'm going to spell that out. Karlyn, why don't they have to pay for their lawyers? Probably it's not George Soros, guys. Probably the people representing them are literally members of Antifa, because guess what, guys? Antifa goes to law school. Antifa goes to law school specifically to do this, to defend other members of Antifa when they get arrested. There are many Antifa lawyers. Yeah. Mutual aid is not just cash donations, it's also donations of service. We keep us safe. We are in solidarity with the comrades. Community care. They donate their legal services as mutual aid.
There's definitely a lot of support needs that people have. There was a lot of property damage done to people's homes and vehicles during the arrests. Obviously, as much as people don't like to talk about it, there's going to need to be mental health supports for a lot of the defendants. I mean, these were very violent and violating and traumatic raids. And, you know, people have lost jobs. So that war chest that's being built of funds to help us get through this is very important to us. If you're here in the Twin Cities, you can follow our court dates and show up for us, because it is really important that the prosecutors know that we're not being isolated. We're not going to be cut off from our community. And it's very important that they know that, you know, as much as this for them was this attempt to parade the captured so-called anti-fascists up in front of the public and say, look, we caught the anarchists. Our city is not abandoning us, and showing them that is actually really important to our defense. And if you live anywhere else in the country or in the world, solidarity rallies, solidarity shows, showing this regime that the eyes of the world are on them, and they're not going to take us in.
Guys, how exactly did they get fired from their jobs if they didn't have jobs in the first place? Leonard, that's an excellent question. How is it possible that the defendants got fired from their jobs? I was informed by conservative media and Alex Jones specifically yesterday that none of them had jobs in the first place. Isn't that curious? Isn't that a curious thing? How the fuck did they get fired from their fucking jobs? I know I'm going back a little bit here, but like, how the fuck did they get fired from their jobs?
Well, we have a support fund on chuffed.org or chuffed.org. I can send you a link to that. You know, although our legal representation so far is pro bono, this is going to be a very long case, and there's definitely a lot of support needs that people have. There was a lot of property damage done to people's homes and vehicles during the arrests. Obviously, as much as people don't like to talk about it, there's going to need to be mental health supports for a lot of the defendants. I mean, these were very violent and violating and traumatic raids. And, you know, people have lost jobs. So that war chest that's being built of funds to help us get through this is very important to us. If you're here in the Twin Cities, you can follow our court dates and show up for us, because it is really important that the prosecutors know that we're not being isolated. We're not going to be cut off from our community. And it's very important that they know that, you know, as much as this for them was this attempt to parade the captured so-called anti-fascists up in front of the public and say, look, we caught the anarchists. Our city is not abandoning us, and showing them that is actually really important to our defense. And if you live anywhere else in the country or in the world, solidarity rallies, solidarity shows, showing this regime that the eyes of the world are on.
They know they're going to get a jury of their peers in Minneapolis. They know they're going to get a jury of their peers in Minneapolis. And they feel pretty good about their odds.
Them, and they're not going to take us in darkness and silence is super
This is
important.
not Texas.
But more than that, I would say just don't let their tactic work. And their tactic is intimidation. And they want to intimidate all of you out there into not resisting anymore. And the best way that you can help us is to show them that that doesn't work, and that you're just going to resist harder, that you're going to keep being involved. You're going to keep being in rapid response networks and mutual aid groups, because now there's 15 of us plus so many of our friends who are busy supporting us who have to step back and can't do that work. And we rely on everyone else out there, just like we always did during Metro.
Hey, thanks, Ithaca, for the Rumble rant. I appreciate it. These guys remind me of the Tsarist era revolutionary selves that Dostoevsky don't know how to pronounce that exactly. Well, I do know how to pronounce it in my head, just not coming out of my mouth. Wrote about in his novels. Yeah, you're right about that, because these people are very inspired by the Russian Revolution. And so, yeah, that's a pretty accurate depiction. Thank you so much.
Surge, because there's very little that we're accused of that wasn't done by thousands and thousands of other people. And so we're relying on thousands and thousands of other people to keep being in solidarity for the thousands that are in the camps right now.
Malcolm in with another fiber, bro. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Malcolm. Massive W's to you, my friend. Guys, can we hit 200 channel memberships before the end of the stream? I know I'm being greedy because you guys have blown out the channel membership goal, and I so appreciate it. And it's awesome that we've blown out the channel membership goal. And I'm so grateful that you guys fund my ability to do this. I have the best job in the world. Can we get to 200 though? Please? Please? If you've appreciated this stream where I gave you a free spy stream in the middle of the stream, a free surprise spy stream, I did one of the best rants I've ever done about why conservatives are retarded. Yo, Cynthia, in with the dub with 5 channel memberships. We only need one more to hit the 200 goal. Who's going to be a hero? I know someone's going to be a hero. Someone's going to be like, Karlyn, I'm dropping the 1 channel membership in the chat. Who's going to be it? Cynthia. Cynthia's like, I'm doing it. Fuck you, assholes. Nick, I knew you were going to do it. I knew Nick was also going to try to be a hero. Nick is also equal hero with Cynthia. They came in at the same time. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Cynthia. Dubs for you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting the stream. And we are now 201 channel memberships. Yo, Earl's daughter. Earl's daughter just dropped a $5. Earl's daughter, also a hero. You guys are all heroes to me, if I'm being honest about it. You guys are all heroes to me when you donate out channel memberships. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Earl's daughter. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate you signing up on Substack earlier today as well. That's awesome. Thank you so much for your help.
I just want to say that I'm honored to have you on here, and we're all standing in solidarity with all of you who organized everything that you've just described in this interview. And I hope that the people of Twin Cities keep up their resistance, and that everybody everywhere else tries to copy the response that was seen there, so that ICE has resistance everywhere it goes.
See, that's what they're doing, guys. They're trying to export the tactics that worked in Minnesota all over the country, because that's how Antifa operates. Antifa is a non-hierarchical, decentralized group of cells, thousands of these things all over the country. There's no one giving orders. But when something is highly successful in one city, what they do is they write papers, and they do speeches and lectures and panels, and they have discussion groups, and they take the people who were successful in one area and they export their ideas all over the country. That's what they're working on right now. So there's no official hierarchy. There's no one like saying, you will do this. But they're saying, we had a lot of success doing this thing. We're going to make all this information available. And if you want to come and learn from us and do what we did in your city, that's awesome, because community care. Yeah, Walz isn't involved in this, though. Like, these people hate Tim Walz. These people hate Jacob Frey. These people hate the Democrat politicians that you have in Minnesota. So they have nothing to do with this, I promise you.
We rely on everyone else out there, just like we always did during Metro Surge, because there's very little that we're accused of that wasn't done by thousands and thousands of other people. And so we're relying on thousands and thousands of other people to keep being in solidarity for the thousands that are in the camps right now.
I just want to say that I'm honored to have you on here, and we're all standing in solidarity with all of you who organized everything that you've just described in this interview. And I hope that the people of Twin Cities keep up their resistance, and that everybody everywhere else tries to copy the response that was seen there, so that ICE has resistance everywhere it goes until the whole machine falls apart.
And, you know, I am reminded of a rebel who was being jailed by the U.S.-backed government in South Vietnam during the war there. I forget how long they sentenced her to, but she correctly said, I don't think your regime is going to last that long. So I'll see y'all on the other side. Yeah. Solidarity.
I'm super glad to have you on
Solidarity,
here, man.
comrade.
And appreciate you coming on to speak with us about it, and solidarity in the struggle.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Solidarity in the
Also,
struggle.
I didn't mention it during the interview, but Emmett Doyle is a folk musician with focus on political music. He is an open anarchist and a revolutionary, and just released an album.
Oh, he's a revolutionary, you say? He's a revolutionary. Guys, what does it mean when they say someone is a revolutionary? Pop quiz for the chat. Let's see who's paying attention. When the left says that person is a revolutionary, what does that mean explicitly? Pop quiz for the chat. Ithaca's got a super chat over on Rumble. I'll take while people are getting in their answers to the pop quiz. How stupid is Trump? He doesn't seem to really care about any of this. He doesn't care about any of this. He really loves crypto and mutual aid from his donors, however. That's true. That's true. What does it mean when the left says someone is a revolutionary? They want to violently overthrow the government. Never forget this. Always remind yourself of this. They want to overthrow the government. What do you think the revolution is against? The revolution is against capitalism. Capitalism means the U.S. government. It means the U.S. Constitution. They're trying to overthrow the government. That is what it means to be a revolutionary. Revolutionaries do not vote in elections. They do not vote in elections. They do not like elections. They don't think elections are going to help them. They want to overthrow the government, and they're going to do so violently. These people do not vote. These people do not vote for Democrats. These people hate Democrats. They bitch about Democrats all the time. They do presentations, entire presentations, about why they should not vote for the Democrats, because they should not vote for the lesser of two evils. When it comes to revolutionaries, they don't like the DSA. I have these people on video talking about how the DSA is one of their biggest ideological enemies because the DSA upholds the capitalist system by participating in elections. This is why it is so critical you understand the terminology of the left and the different groups that exist on the left, because they are not all the same. They do not all have the same values. They do not all have the same beliefs. These people want to overthrow the government. That is what it means to be a revolutionary. And that's it. One of your best videos, jam-packed with info. I'm hoping to make some good clips of this one. I always say that, but I really am going to try to make some clips of this one. Thank you, John, for your ongoing support, both the channel memberships and the super chats. I really appreciate it.
Around old revolutionary music. So you can find all of his music down at the links below in the description. Also,
the PSL, well, okay. The PSL is a weird little hybrid of a thing, because the PSL does run in elections. So they're both kind of like reformist and revolutionary. They are revolutionary, but they engage in reformist tactics, but they don't run in elections because they think they're going to win. They run in elections to spread mass socialist consciousness and recruit more people to their group. So it's a little bit of a weird hybrid where it's like they're willing to tolerate elections enough that it helps them advance their message, whereas Antifa are not willing to tolerate elections. Antifa does not involve themselves. They think it's a deep betrayal of their pure political beliefs. Again, these are different groups. It is generally true that the Party for Socialism and Liberation does engage in nonviolent tactics, and it is extremely rare for them. I won't say it's never happened, but like it is extremely rare for them, especially in recent years, to engage in violent tactics. And I think when it does, it's like a rogue member that's acting on their own. It's not something the group would collectively do. The reason that is the Party for Socialism and Liberation is hyper aware of optics. And this is why Antifa hates the Party for Socialism and Liberation. They've written about it on their websites. They call them the paid protesters. They say those fucking PSL people won't let us engage in violence. They won't let us destroy things. They don't want us engaging in direct action. Fuck those paid protesters. That's literally what Antifa like documentation says. So yeah, the PSL, but I do think the PSL does understand the necessity of violence at the very end. But they're not usually the ones that are going to be violent. And I think it's important people understand that. They're a problem. They're a big fucking problem. They're highly organized. They're highly effective. But they are not as likely as Antifa to engage in violence, like by any stretch. And in fact, they would probably try to prevent them from doing it. But the reason for that is not, it's only because of optics. And I want to be very clear about that. It's not that they are intellectually opposed to the idea of violence. It's that the PSL is hyper aware of like, how does this look if we get caught engaging in violence and destructive action? So I want to make sure people understand that. Ithaca on Rumble, glad I found your channel. Logging off now. Glad you found me too, bro. Thanks for dropping by.
I just want to remind everybody that I rely on my viewers in order to make ends meet. So if you want to support the channel, you should go over to my Patreon and become a patron for any amount. You can also do it through the members function here on YouTube down below. Also, I am releasing a book on October 27th. It is a modern...
Yeah, I'm still working on my books. Okay, we are done. We are done with the stream. We made it. W stream, everyone. I really love that. For people who missed the first part of that Antifa interview, I'm going to try to make a clip of like the full thing. I'll upload it to like the Substack and the YouTube and stuff like that. I really recommend, if you missed any part of that Antifa interview that we were just watching, like what we did in the first half of the stream, I highly recommend you go back and watch it, because that really was a great interview. That was an interview with one of the 15 indicted Antifa members in Minneapolis. It was very informative of what they believe and what's going on there. And so I definitely recommend people check that out. Also, W surprise spy stream. And most importantly, you guys donated 206 channel memberships during the course of the stream. You also sent in a bunch of super chats. And so I'm really, really appreciative of all the support today. You guys rock. Best community on the internet. I am anticipating 1, possibly 2 spy streams for the rest of the week, possibly 2, but I think there's going to be 1 for sure. I just need to confirm it. But like, I am anticipating an additional spy stream this week. It will be a supporter exclusive. Okay. It will be a supporter exclusive. So you have to be a member of the Substack or the YouTube channel, or Locals or Patreon, or a Twitter subscriber. And if you are a supporter on any of those platforms, you will get access to spy stream, and I will post the information out prior to it happening. So make sure you're following me on Twitter. Make sure you're in the Telegram group if you want that notification. t.me/decode the left if you want to find the Telegram. And just make sure you keep an eye out. And I will be posting the information prior to the spy stream. I will announce when I posted the information. Make sure you're subscribed to the Substack. It always gets posted to the Substack. So even if you're a member over here, if you just subscribe for free on the Substack and you pay attention to those notifications, you will know when the spy stream information is posted, okay? What did Earl's daughter say? I think I saw her say something. Karlyn just shattered the last delusional hope I had for conservative movement. I'm so sorry. I just realized I bought the lie that kept me complacent. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I tried to fix it. It was a bigger problem than I could fix. I tried to fix it. And I couldn't. And so this is the reality. Hey, look, we got a troll. We got someone that's trying to cause problems. I find this confusing at times because I work with someone who is deep in with fundraising and organizing against ICE. She's always trying to get you. Yeah, I don't think that's true. Maybe you're not trolling. Maybe you're sincere. But you are not friends with someone in Antifa. And you are not friends with someone who is leading anti-ICE organizing. I promise you. You are friends with a progressive or a liberal or a Democrat that is tangentially involved with anti-ICE organizing, but is not one of the main protesters, is not one of the influential activists, is not someone that's leading shit. This, again, is why you need to understand the groups on the left and which people are a part of which group. There is no universe in which a member of Antifa has tried to get you to vote Democrat. There is no universe in which that's happened. There is no universe in which a member of the DSA has tried to get you to vote Democrat. There is no universe that that has happened, if for no other reason than in Minneapolis, the DSA was actually running against the Democrats for several local offices. If you have a friend that's tangentially involved with anti-ICE organizing that is a progressive or a liberal or a Democrat, which are different than Antifa and the DSA and the far left. Progressives, liberals, and Democrats are not far leftists. Those are the only people that are going to try to get you to vote Democrat. And I promise you, it is not progressives, liberals, and Democrats who are leading anti-ICE organizing. So, again, I understand why you might find it confusing if you believe that Democrats are socialists, but that's not true. So I hope that helped. We might have new people. We have to give the new people a chance to come along. It's okay. You were new once too. You came here because of the Keno Casino. You were new once too, Great Otis, okay? Just because you caught on quickly doesn't mean everyone catches on quickly. Like, yeah, there's people that don't know what they're talking about in the chat. Must be a day that ends in Y. But, like, listen, guys, like, there's always going to be new people coming on the channel. And although I know we think they're retards, and sometimes conservatives, you just need to embrace your retardation, okay? Sometimes you just need to admit you're being fucking retarded, okay? Even though we get annoyed at retards on the channel, we have to give them a chance to learn, because most of the reason that they're retarded is that their own media has brainwashed them with lies. Their own media has brainwashed them, just like kids in school. Just like kids in school who are indoctrinated into communism from the time they're 5 years old. Those kids are victims. Like, people graduating from high school being full-blown fucking communists, they're victims. They're victims of this cult. They've been brainwashed since before they were old enough to critically think. Before they were old enough to even know what was being said. They've been brainwashed from the time they're 5 years old by the public schools to do this. They are victims of this ideology. And just like they are victims of the ideology, conservatives who have only consumed conservative media, they think they're doing the right thing, and they are being lied to by their influencers, and they're not being given accurate information. And this is why conservative media can go fuck itself right off. The reason we get so many retards that show up in the chat is because their own media lies to them, and they have not figured it out yet. There was a time that I didn't know conservative media was as bad as it is. There was a time I really thought that conservative media was better than lefty media. And there was a time that I really thought, back when I was a Democrat, that lefty media was telling me the truth, and I had to figure out that wasn't true, just like many of you have had to do. And then I had to figure out, subsequent to that, that conservative media was full of shit either. But there was also a time in between there where I actually thought that conservative media was better than lefty media. And so a lot of people still believe that because they want to believe that, because it's comforting to believe that, because sometimes it's comforting to be told the things you want to hear that you've been told over and 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 over again. And by the way, I think this is a really good point. Like, society does not teach you how to think critically. If you are in a place where you are thinking critically about any of this, you are an exception. You are not the rule. Most people don't learn how to do that. So although it is true that we cannot help all retards, well, it is true that we cannot deprogram all retards because some people are just too stupid to get it. That's just true. And we have to ban those people quickly. If you are too stupid to be here, I'm very sorry. It's you, not us. We have to get you out. We cannot have you causing problems in the chat. If you're just going to whine and complain and shill conservative talking points after you've been shown evidence and you've been given chances to kind of like look at the evidence and you still refuse to do it, we have to remove you from the community, because we have to protect our community of high IQ, smart people that are thinking critically. Because the moment you introduce a bad apple, it spoils the bunch, okay? I have worked too fucking hard to build the community I have to let the retards take over and run the fucking asylum. I will run the asylum, and I will say who is allowed here and who is not allowed here. And I will gatekeep the ever-loving fuck out of this, because that's the reason that we are better at this than any other place on the internet, because I have gatekept the ever-loving fuck out of the people who are allowed to participate and speak in the community, because I am the queen fascist bitch of this channel, and I will say who can speak and who can't. And if you don't like it, I don't care, because I can just ban you. And that's why I'm better at this than anyone else. And that's why you have access to information that no one else has. Because no one else covers this shit like I do, and everyone knows that's true. So, that's all I got to say for today. Thank you guys for supporting my work. Thank you again to everyone who sent in channel memberships. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats. Thank you to people who signed up on Substack. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Got to set up the outro video. There it is. We'll see.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
Some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.